Fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the troubling events of the past week.
I'm going to pull the whole thing down. I'm going to bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's going to be biblical.
How's it going, everybody? FCB here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. And I hope you're all in amazing spirits. Okay, welcome to the Pulse here on the Freedom Channel broadcast with yours truly, FCB, and the FCB podcast. Now, today, ladies and gentlemen, watch the water. Yes, today we had Massie, the magnificent Mr. Thomas Massie, making history. He went out there on the House floor and he spoke about things that no one else would speak about. And that, ladies and gentlemen, happened 59 years ago, which is the USS Liberty incident, thanks to Israel, the Zionists that went there and wanted to take it out. And they didn't want any survivors. No, they didn't want any survivors at all. And 59 years later, it's come to bite them straight on the ass. And Massie is the one to deliver it. Oh, yes, he certainly did. Now, I watched it live, by the way. I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait for someone else to put it out there. No, I watched it live. I fixed it up. I put a bit of lovely music in the background to make it more meaningful, more impact. Okay. How about we watch the clip? It goes for about 5 minutes. Please enjoy. Thank you.
Greatest honors of my lifetime to stand here on the floor and do something that's 59 years overdue, to recognize the survivors and those who gave their lives on the USS Liberty 59 years ago today, when they were viciously attacked by IDF jets, and also after that by torpedo boats. I'm going to tell you a little bit of their story. And by the way, there's at least a dozen of them here today with us. I just met with them in my office, and they related this story to me. You know, it was a clear day. The USS Liberty was one of the most technologically sophisticated ships in the Navy, but it was virtually unarmed, and it was sent to observe the six-day war going on in the Middle East between Israel and its neighbors. It arrived on June 7th, and the weather was clear. The planes came out to meet them, to investigate, and then on the next day, on June 8th, they started the day. The visibility was unlimited. The American flag was flying proudly on the USS Liberty. More planes came from Israel to surveil the boat, the ship. And they thought they were in good shape, but what happened next surprised them all. French Mirage jets showed up and for 25 minutes strafed and attacked the USS Liberty. They shot rockets. They shot 30-millimeter cannons into the hull and into the ship. They even dropped napalm on the bridge of the ship. This was an effort to kill everybody on board. There was no intention of taking prisoners. After the 25 grueling minutes of attack on this virtually unarmed ship, and they thought things were over and they could recover, the torpedo boats showed up, 3 torpedo boats. They launched 4 torpedoes. One of them hit the hull of the USS Liberty and killed 25 people instantly. It blew a 40-foot by 40-foot hole in the side of this ship. They were intent on sinking it. But they were also intent on not having a single survivor. According to eyewitness accounts, the Israelis machine gunned the lifeboats that they put down. They machine gunned the firefighters who were on the deck. They were bringing the wounded and the dead to the mess hall to triage them. They had one doctor who was trying to help them all, put a few stitches in. It was harrowing, and it's amazing. If not for that crew, that boat would have sunk that day. But it still wasn't over. Helicopters showed up, combat helicopters. And the USS Liberty, even though their signals were being jammed by the Israelis, got a signal out. And there were ships that tried to respond. The USS Saratoga, the USS America sent planes. Both of them sent planes to help the USS Liberty. And something happened that's never happened before. A ship under attack, the planes were recalled. This has never happened before. And they sat there for 17 hours. 34 dead.
Did you hear that, guys? What he just said? Did you hear what he just said? He said 17 hours, 34 dead. Very interesting numbers, isn't it? Yes, Carol. I had to stop it there. 17 hours. Don't worry. I'll get back into that later on. Let's just continue watching.
174 wounded out of 294 crew members. That's over 70% casualty rate, unheard of. The Israelis were intent on leaving no survivor. And what about our own military? Why did they not send anybody for 17 hours to help these men? So what really happened? You know, the official reports say that it was a case of mistaken identity. But if you listen to Dean Rusk, former Secretary of State, Richard Helms, CIA Director, Bobby Ray Inman, head of the NSA, Captain Ward Boston, who was the chief counsel of the Court of Inquiry. If you listen to Admiral Moore, who served in Pearl Harbor, Midway, commanded both the Atlantic and Pacific Fleet, and was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, none of these distinguished men think this was an accident. They think it was intentional murder by the country of Israel, either as a false flag operation or because they simply didn't want anybody observing what they were doing that day. Well, I've got a call to action for everybody here. Honor these individuals. Quit ignoring that they exist. Go to their website, ussliberty.org. Support them. And while they're still alive, they need closure. Let's give them closure. Let's have an investigation. Let's pass a resolution honoring them. It's long overdue. And then they can have their justice.
Yes, that was amazing, wasn't it, guys? Did you enjoy that? How about a thumbs up? Great comments to share this around the place, guys. Great. That's the Massie was fantastic. Now, let me tell you something about Massie. He is working with the alliance with Trump. This is his actual X, ladies and gentlemen, his profile. Now, like you know, I use mathematics. And we do mathematics in the sense of how can we prove this is the case? So here we go. So this is Thomas Massie's X profile. Now, if we go down to the bottom here, ladies and gentlemen, we got 1.7 million followers. Remove the decimal points, and we got a 17, which equals Q. First one. Let's go over here, and let's see what's going on. So we got 25.2, 25 one direction, 25 mirror, 11.3. We know that he's here for a reason. Then let's add the numbers up. 2 plus 5, 7. Right? So we got there 7. Then we got, all right, so we got 2, 5 plus 2, 9. Then we got here, okay, so we got a 9 here. Then we got 1 plus 7, 17 equals Q. Another 17. Then we add, we go here. This is the mathematics, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we got the proof that he works with Q plus. We got the 1.7, which is a Q. So we remove the decimal point, 17 equals Q. Then we got another 17 from adding this number and that number together. That means it's a 34 or another Q. Then we go Q plus Q, or 17 plus 17, 17 times 2, 34, or 17 plus 17, 34. 34 is Q plus's number. But then we got Q plus Q, which equals Q plus. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, that there is no coincidences? How many coincidences before we call it mathematically impossible that Massey is working with the alliance with Trump? The proof is right there. In fact, think about it from a logical standpoint, that everything that's coming out is on President Trump's watch. Epstein on it. Trump's watch. Not Obama's, not the Clintons, not Bush's. It was Trump. Everything, all these major disclosures. Now, these other people that go out there and bag Trump, let me explain to you something. Let's use our logic here. Trump was the one that gave you the TikTok, and remember where they were going to get rid of it. And because of that, you've got a platform that you're using thanks to that man or the entity, whatever we're going to call him, for you to be able to go out there and take your message out there. So before you sit there and you point fingers and you blame, think about this. You're awake because of President Trump started with fake news. And he's been exposing fake news. Now, what is President Trump? He calls himself Batman for a reason. Batman takes all the slings and arrows in the Dark Knight. Remember, he basically becomes the villain in order to expose the villains, right? And that's why President Trump calls himself Batman, right? That's why he does it. And remember, I've got the video here. I'm trying to find it, guys, of him talking to the board.
Do a turn, get the air conditioning on. Make sure they get him away from the blades. Those blades can hurt.
Yes. Mr. Trump.
Yes.
Are you Batman?
I am Batman.
Hey, Mr. Batman. And Batman is referring to the Dark Knight. They're using Trump in order to expose and, to expose the evil, to expose Epstein Island, to expose what they've been doing under the cover, and now it's all coming from dark to light. So all the things that they've been blaming Trump about Israel. No, he's done a huge flip. Oh, don't you worry, lady. I've always been saying this. Towards the end, things are going to flip over, saving Israel for last. Do you think it's a coincidence why Massey has just recently come out there? No, this is all part of the design. He exposed AIPAC. He was the one to do it over and over again. He used the various medium, Tucker Carlson as a medium to be able to get that information out about AIPAC. Remember that video? That was all deliberately done by design because AIPAC are scared. They're running and they don't know what to do. Israel is finished. President Trump is basically saying, I'm in control now. Bibi does what I tell him to do. But Bibi's going out and doing other things with Israel. They're still going out and doing Lebanon. They're still going to the Temple Mount and doing all those provocative things up on there. No, this is not going to end well for them. The writing's on the wall. Iran has said Israel continues to bomb Lebanon, and they still continue. Well, guess what? Iran is going to do what it's going to do. And President Trump is basically going to sit there and allow them to do what must be done. And not only to Israel, but to the Middle East, because they've been involved. Remember, all of those entities over there have been involved in all the filth. Now, you would have seen on my Truth Bomb section, the USS Liberty, the 30-minute video that I put up there, I did a special edit. Which I want everyone to watch. It goes for about 8 minutes. I'm going to put it on now. It's very straight to the point. I put some music in the background, gave it more, shall we say, oomph. I want everyone to watch it, and we'll talk again. Thank you.
Was a state-of-the-art intelligence gathering vessel of the time, and what we did is we listened. We were a listening ship.
By the time the Liberty arrived off the coast of Egypt on the 8th of June, the war had just 2 days left to run. Israel had seized the old city of Jerusalem, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip.
I was listening to the chatter the night before. They knew it was an American ship that came into the area. They knew who we were.
5:15 a.m., first light. The ship's log recorded an Israeli photo reconnaissance plane flying over the Liberty.
It circled the ship kind of in a broad circle and headed back towards Israel.
Israeli planes then continued to fly over the Liberty all morning.
We had an American flag flying the standard, and then we put up the holiday colors, which is a huge American flag.
At 1:53 p.m., the pilots asked their base control about the ship.
We had lunch, and 5 minutes later, maybe, here came the jets, and nobody really knew what was happening until they started firing at us.
Captain said to me, "Alert the forward gun mounts, we're under attack."
And we realized that we needed help. We tried to communicate with the Sixth Fleet.
They were jamming both our distress frequencies and our tactical frequencies.
They would know, and only they would know in this conflict, what our frequencies would be.
People who had been standing there earlier joking and laughing were now dead, dying, and with the walking dead.
Gasoline barrels stored on the deck of the ship burst into flames. The crew rushed to try to put out the fires. The Israeli pilots were ordered to use a new, much deadlier weapon.
The napalm had burned, scorched almost the entire front part of the ship, the bridge area.
The Israeli military argued about what should happen next and who should sink the Liberty. The jets then pulled out, but 3 Israeli Navy motor torpedo boats were already on their way. The Israeli motorboats fired 5 torpedoes, 4 missed, but 1 hit. This is what it looks like when a torpedo hits a ship the size of the Liberty.
So I went up and looked out myself before I tried to get anyone up, and that's when I observed a motor torpedo boat, Israeli, plainly marked with the Star of David. The torpedo boats came in closer and began to machine gun the ship using armor-piercing projectiles.
At close range, the armor-piercing rounds ripped through the steel hull of the ship. Nowhere was safe. All its aerials were either smashed or jammed. Once the Israelis knew the US jets were in the air, they summoned the American naval attaché and told him there had been a terrible mistake. Back in Washington, the government ensured there was little information for the press, while politics went on behind closed doors. It was especially tough for Lyndon Johnson, to date the most pro-Israeli American president in history. But then, everything changed.
The fact that Johnson himself was the leaker and briefer of Newsweek was soon leaked. And this alarmed, of course, the Israeli embassy and their leading friends in the Jewish organizations. What Johnson had told Newsweek practically amounted to blood libel.
Declassified Israeli documents show they were going to threaten President Johnson with blood libel, gross anti-Semitism, and that would end his political career. The Israeli government hired teams of lawyers, some of whom were close friends of Lyndon Johnson, and began an all-out offensive. They lent on the media to kill critical stories and slanted others in favor of Israel. Israeli tactics were clever. They identified Johnson's soft spot, the war in Vietnam.
I saw what looked like unburned Vaseline, and I scraped a little bit of it off and put it in the jar and sealed the cap on. And I presented it to the court of inquiry, and that's the last I saw of that jar. There was no mention of napalm.
It was a rush job, full of spelling mistakes, much key evidence ignored, no Israelis interviewed, and it exonerated them from blame.
I read the court of inquiry and realized that my statements had been stricken from the record and never recorded.
The Israelis then rushed out their own report, which concluded that the whole affair was a series of mistakes and that no one was to blame. But whatever was said to journalists, every U.S. intelligence head believed the attack was intentional. One of them wrote, "A nice whitewash for a group of ignorant, stupid, and inept XXX."
The Jewish community has always been more generous than many of their other counterparts in supporting financially elections, political causes in the process. That does translate into influence.
The Israeli story constantly shifted to counter whatever new intelligence the White House received. So sensitive were these communications that the Israelis used code names to protect the identity of their White House agents. But for the first time, the members of the ring can be named. Hamlet was a $1 million fundraiser for the Democrats. When he rang, Johnson took his calls. He was Abe Feinberg. Menashe was Arthur Goldberg, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Harare was David Ginsburg, a high-profile Washington lawyer who also represented the Israeli embassy. Ilan was Supreme Court Justice Abe Fortas. The crucial intelligence came from the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Arthur Goldberg. He warned Tel Aviv that the United States had the audio tape which revealed Israeli pilots knew it was an American ship. The tape was quietly buried. The only remaining issue was the fate of the USS Liberty, badly damaged and now in Malta for extensive repairs.
You could smell death and you could smell oil. That's what I remember. We had to start shoveling up the parts, 168 bags worth.
Elsewhere, the makeup artists were getting to work.
We were in the dry dock about 6 weeks.
And 300 Maltese workers
Were working 2 shifts a day, and I think 7 days a week to try. They were cutting out the shell holes, welding plates over that.
We looked like nothing ever happened. We took it across the Atlantic. It was like being in a cemetery. But when we pulled into port, we looked good. The press and everything were there, and we looked like basically nothing really happened. So it was great for the press to downplay.
The 168 bags of body parts and top-secret equipment were quietly taken to an incinerator and burnt. The families still want answers from their government, which remains silent.
When I'm walking up to the mass grave, I still feel a connection with those people.
How was that, guys? Did you enjoy that little video? That video was great, wasn't it? Now, I've done it on a, like that, 16:9, so landscape. And then also, I've done it in a portrait format. So in other words, so you can look at it on your mobile phone as well, your cell phone as well. So I'm going to be putting both formats out there. But the only way you're going to get that information, ladies and gentlemen, the only way you're going to get FCB's amazing videos is through this Freedom Channel broadcast. That's the only way. And the only way you're going to know about it is when you subscribe to this channel. Okay, it doesn't cost a cent. You like, comment, and share everything around the place. It's going to be everywhere, like Telegram, all that, but you got to support our channel. We give so much and ask for so little. So, this is not the first time, let's be honest, that Israel has done false flags. It's become very proficient at doing it as far as with the Mossad and all its other, shall we say, manifestations, that they do all these false flags and they constantly, they constantly spy, have a history of spying and breaching national security of the United States on a daily basis. And they've been allowed to have open, shall we say, access to all the Pentagon. So they're able to go into the Pentagon and do whatever they please. This is why I'm saying this is all coming out from dark to light. There's a reason why this is all coming out. Now, did you know? Let me explain to you something. There's been a long history of it. So you had Levon Affair. I've covered the Levon Affair. The USS Liberty. There's been other things as well called the Project Pinto. Project Pinto, ladies and gentlemen, was a covert Israeli operation spanning 1979 to 1983, where they smuggled restricted US manufactured cryotons, which is a high-speed electronic switches that are capable of triggering nuclear weapons from the United States to Israel. This has been an ongoing thing. The smuggling network, the operation utilized US-based front company Milco, operated by Richard Kelly Smythe, who was later convicted to supply the triggers of the Israeli-based Halley Trading Co. Halley Trade Co. was linked to the Hollywood producer. There we go. Hollywood's connected to it as well. Well, do you think Hollywood's just to do with all the pedophilia and all the... No. They were using Hollywood producers as an Israeli spy called Arnon Milchan. The involvement of Netanyahu. Here we go. Netanyahu, the classified FBI files and debriefings from 2012 implicated current Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu during the time frame of Project Pinto. So Netanyahu was behind this. He knew all of this. Do you think it's a coincidence why we got this future-proof past coming out? Oh, look, guys, we are heading towards saving Israel for last. The writing is on the wall. So during that time frame, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the current one, worked for Halley Trading in Tel Aviv and was implicated in helping with logistics of the network. How has this been allowed to continue on? Well, guess what? It's all coming out from dark to light. People need to know the truth. It's about time. No, these people that go around saying Israel is our best ally, our best friend, are basically blowing smoke up people's asses. Okay, that's what it is. And the facts, evidence, and receipts are all there. There are historical documents, the details of the operations, including Netanyahu's alleged involvement through the Milco connection, were brought to light in declassifying FBI records and covered extensively by independent outlets. There we go. So this is what I'm saying. It's been an ongoing thing. Israeli espionage in the United States. Guys, this is, look at this. It goes on and on and on and on and on. Yes, traitors. Yes, Calypto. Yes, traitors. Calypto, there are traitors beyond traitors. Treason. This is treason. There must be justice. And this is the thing. Who are the ones that allow this to continue? Well, you saw what happened back in the day of USS Liberty. Right to the President of the United States, ladies and gentlemen. You saw what happened. That they said they threatened him with blood libel and anti-Semitism. That's how much power they have over the president of the United States back then. And they still got, they had power, but now Trump's destroyed it. This is what I'm saying. This has all been done by design. President Trump, under his watch, all these things about Israel, the world knows about it. Let's talk about the masses know about it because of him. He's been using a game of, shall we say, strategy, friends close, enemies closer, and exposing them. And exposing, since you think about this, October the 7th. October equals 10, 7, 10 plus 7, 17 equals Q. It's been a military intelligence operation. This thing with October 7, from there onwards, the world has it's taken notice. And everyone hates Zionists, hates Israel. Everything is flipped in another direction. Because of that man, President Trump. Because of what's been exposed. It never happened under Biden. Under Obama. Under Bush. They were all protected. Under Clinton, they were all protected. Now it's all coming out, ladies and gentlemen. The truth is all coming out. And it's about time that everyone knows the truth. I mean, look at the list of espionage that they've committed against the United States of America. Oh, don't you worry. Q knew about it. And I will show you in the Q jobs very soon exactly what Q, and it's all coming from dark to light now. Because you know what? There are still those traitors that are amongst President Trump. Oh, yes. There are traitors that are amongst President Trump, and he knows who they are. You think these people like Mr. Rubio, J.D. Vance, Wickoff, Kushner, Lutnick, and all them, Secretary Scott Bessent, that happens to be, he took advantage of Obama's, shall we say, gay marriage thing. Okay, he did that. No, this is all coming out now, okay, because they're all connected to Israel, to the Zionists. They remember, like back in the day, in the video that I just showed you with the USS Liberty, that they had spies, they had handlers on the President of the United States. You saw that before. I just showed you. Let me just show you guys. Let's go through this video real quickly, because it's very important that people get this. People get this, guys. They need to get it, that they've been lied to, deceived, manipulated, and it's about time that the truth, and thank God for Massey, that he's been bringing it out, and people like myself, over and over and over again. Now, people can sit there and say, oh, no, we love Israel. I mean, these Christian Zionists, they really got to get their head out of their ass. These Christian nationalists, they don't love Christianity. No, they don't. In fact, they go around bulldozing churches, destroying churches, deliberately done by design. Whereas in Iran, they have churches there and they revere them. In fact, the Muslim religion and the Christian religion are more in line with each other than that Zionist thing. The Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, these people used to live together prior to the formation of this Zionist regime that was, obviously they took over Palestine and created Israel. That before that, these religions, these people used to live in harmony and used to call each other brothers and sisters. That is the reality. No, these entities need to be exposed, ladies and gentlemen. Enough is enough. let me just show you the video. Let's just go through this. Right, just give me a quick moment, guys. I'll just sort this out. Okay, here we go. Let's just go through this part here. So this is the video that I created. Right, the edited. Okay, let's just go through this. So we know that Israel knew about it. They knew that it was an American ship. It's not they didn't know, they knew. They went there deliberately to destroy it. They didn't want any thing. There we go. Let's leave something for the Navy to do and use the torpedo boats to bring it down. Now, let's go to this part here. That's it. Right here. This is where it gets very interesting. Let's just go through this part here.
The government ensured there was little information for the press, while
So in other words, they tried to whitewash everything.
politics went on behind closed doors. It was especially tough for Lyndon Johnson.
Lyndon Johnson, a pro-Israel president, bought and sold.
To date, the most pro-Israeli American president in history. But then, everything changed.
Now, he leaked something to Newsweek, and that the Israeli government threatened blood libel, anti-Semitism, which was going to be the end of his career.
The fact that Johnson himself was the leaker and briefer of Newsweek was soon leaked. And this alarmed, of course, the Israeli embassy and their leading friends in the Jewish organizations. What Johnson had told Newsweek practically amounted to blood libel.
There you go, blood libel.
Declassified Israeli documents show they were going to threaten President Johnson with blood libel, gross anti-Semitism, and that would end his political career.
Do you see how they work? Do you see how they work? This is the thing. This is all coming from dark to light now. Now, people in the United States, they think that they vote for their elected president, their elected representatives, to do the will of the people. But how can you do the will of the people if you are bought and sold and controlled by Israel? How? You see what I mean? When you've been threatened with blood libel, oh yes, blood libel, anti-Semitism, and then the lobbyist known as AIPAC.
The Israeli government hired teams of lawyers, some of whom were close friends of Lyndon Johnson, and began an all-out offensive. They lent on the media to kill critical stories and slanted others in favor of Israel.
There you go. They basically manipulated the mainstream media. That's the control that Israel have. The control over your elected president of the United States, over the mainstream media. They've got control over social media. They've got control over everything.
Israeli tactics were clever. They identified Johnson's soft spot, the war in Vietnam.
There you go. There you go. That's what they do. They find their soft spot. They find the way of manipulating, and that's it. That's how they got control.
I saw what looked like unburned Vaseline, and I scraped a little bit of it off and put it in the jar and sealed the cap on. And I presented it to the Court of Inquiry, and that's the last I saw of that jar.
Isn't that lovely? Napalm came from Israel, isn't it? The little creation of Israel. Their new little creation. Oh, yes, did you hear about that at the start of the video? That they created that little thing called napalm.
There was no mention of napalm.
It was a rush job, full of spelling mistakes, much key evidence ignored.
So that's what they did. They got rid of the evidence, much of the key evidence. They discredited the evidence that came from the crew members that lived through this ordeal.
No Israelis interviewed, and it exonerated them from blame.
I read the Court of Inquiry and realized that my statements had been stricken from the record and never recorded.
The Israelis then rushed out their own report, which concluded that the whole affair was a series of mistakes and that no one was to blame.
No one was to blame. Let's just clean it all under the carpet.
But whatever was said to journalists, every US intelligence head believed the attack was intentional. One of them wrote, "A nice whitewash for a group of ignorant, stupid, and inept XXX."
The Jewish community has always been more generous than many of their other counterparts.
The Jewish community, let's just call it what it is, the Zionist community. After all, there's your little Star of Zion up there, the 666. Now, they've always been generous. No, generosity comes at a price. Just like the ballroom. Oh, their generosity to give all those millions of dollars to build that ballroom. No, there's nothing generous about it at all. They expect something. It's all about having control. That's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Control over the United States. And not just the United States, they've got control over the world. Their tentacles are everywhere, various manifestations. But here, they're talking about the Jewish, shall we say, how they pay money, big money, into campaigns. And that's how they get the loyalty of your representatives.
In supporting financially elections, political causes.
Supporting elections financially.
The process that does translate into influence.
There you go. He just said it. The money that they pay for their campaigns translates into influence. Have a hard think about that one for a moment. Yes, Carol, 13848, executive order. You think President Trump didn't know? He knew. That's why he put those executive orders. Oh, yes, no, there are people that bring out executive orders, but they don't know how to tie it in. I know how to tie it in, like Carol does. Don't we, Carol? The ones that go around and they talk about executive orders all day long, laws and orders and all that crap. But no, they don't point it towards Israel because they love Israel. No. We're using and exposing how that is foreign interference in elections. Executive order 13848, Carol. You're right on the money.
The Israeli story constantly shifted to counter whatever new intelligence the White House received. So sensitive were these communications that the Israelis used code names to protect the identity of their White House agents.
Right. They used code names to protect their agents. What agents? What agents? Who were they working for? We know who they were working for, don't we? We don't need to basically be rocket scientists to work it out. I mean, basically they've been working for Israel, but working in the United States government.
But for the first time, the members of the ring can be named. Hamlet was $1 million fundraiser for the Democrats.
There you go. Hamlet, a Democrat, so basically working for Israel, and donor, the Democrats. It doesn't matter. Left, right, they all serve the same beast. Israel, Zionism, that's where their allegiance lies because they've been paid.
When he rang, Johnson took his calls. He was Abe Feinberg.
Abe Feinberg, there we go, had his code name Hamlet. He was a donor, big donor. The money came from Israel. You see how it all works.
Menashe was Arthur Goldberg, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations.
U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Isn't that lovely?
Harare was David Ginsburg, a high-profile Washington lawyer who also represented the Israeli embassy.
All right. You see how this is all foreign interference, ladies and gentlemen. There should be justice. There should be accountability. Why aren't heads rolling right now? Why isn't this out there in the mainstream media? No, because you know why? Because they're being controlled. They're owned. Oh, don't you worry. President Trump exposed that just recently on Meet the Press. You know what I mean? That thing. That was a little lovely video. I love that video. We'll play it. And the press are corrupt. The social media is corrupt because they all control everything. And they even control, look at that. This is what I'm saying. You shouldn't be surprised that these entities are like handlers are surrounding the president of the United States. They are infiltrated the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch right there. So what's it? This has all been continuing on till this very day, but now it's all being exposed, isn't it?
Ilan was Supreme Court Justice Abe Fortas.
There you go. Judicial branch. Right there. Justice Abe Fortas.
The crucial intelligence came from the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Arthur Goldberg. He warned Tel Aviv that the United States had the audio tape which revealed Israeli pilots knew it was an American ship. The tape was quietly buried.
Oh, you see how it all works? How people think that they're voting for, they're going to get this, they're going to get that, they're going to get nothing. They're going to get screwed by Israel, by the Zionists. That's the harsh reality. Then they had the tape, so the tape's out there now, thank God. They tried to bury it. They've been burying it for a very long time. And for the very first time, it came out on the floor. So Massey brought out all that information on the House floor in Congress. So history is in the making right now. This is the beginning of the end for us. You know, I can't wait. Saving Israel for last couldn't come quicker.
The only remaining issue was the fate of the USS Liberty, badly damaged and now in Malta for extensive repairs.
So what they did was they got the USS Liberty. It was full of holes, smashed and all that. They took it over to Malta to do a patch job and then to whitewash everything. And this is the respect that they had for these service members. They got all their body parts and they incinerated it like it was a piece of trash. And then the survivors to this very day with their families are suffering each and every day. Then it's time for the truth to come out.
Smell death, and you could smell oil. That's what I remember. We had to start shoveling up the parts, 168 bags worth.
Elsewhere, the makeup artists were getting to work.
We were in the dry dock about 6 weeks.
And 300 Maltese workers
are working 2 shifts a day, and I think 7 days a week.
Just to think, I'm going to stop it there. Because you know what? We got the message. Just to think that small, that's what President Trump says. He gets a pen and he gets the top of the pen and he says, that little thing there, that's Israel compared to the rest of the Middle East. That thing right there. Why is he saying that? That's the troublemaker right there. Just to think that little patch of land, you don't need big land to control the world. Have a look. Let's look at what's happening in DC. Have a look at City of London, 1 square mile. Have a look at the Vatican. No, those small little patches of land are more powerful than the big patches of land all around the world. That's the pull of this nation known as Israel. And just to think, that's how it's been running to this very day. You think like I said, do you think it's a coincidence why all of this is coming out now? There are no coincidences. They do not exist. The fact is this, ladies and gentlemen, is that it's always been a two-party system that was created to be controlled. Left and right all serve the same snake. Right there. Whether you're on the left, whether you're on the right, one's just got a different flavour of poison. Which poison do you want to take? Because in the middle is the real snake. They all come off the one body. That's the harsh reality right there. No, President Trump is reeling it in. And this is the thing also, exposure. Mr. Huckabee's going out there, oh, he's Team Israel all the way. In fact, he goes around and he sits there and chants Israel's name all over the place rather than the United States. Here's a snake. He's the one that goes around and says and tries to deflect it on Iran, saying that Iran is Satan. No, sorry. I remove Huckabee's lies. He says the mother of Satan is in Tehran. No. Sorry, it's in Israel. Because after all, your 6 little pointed star, 6 triangles and 6 sides represent 666. Haven't you heard it? Big Satan, little Satan? They call the United States Big Satan and Israel little Satan. No, Satan's been always in Israel. Right? Now, I put that out directly on Huckabee's, on his ex. I made sure that he saw it. Don't you worry about that one. I don't care. I really don't care who I offend anymore. I really don't. Now, another thing is, ladies and gentlemen, is there are people that are ignorant. Okay? You got the people that are doing it deliberately by design. Then you got the people that are ignorant and stupid, right? Like I got this, Carol, this is for you, love. In Canada, your neck of the woods, we got people that are Zionists and they're marching in the streets and they're saying all these disgusting things. Really disgusting, to be quite honest. It doesn't surprise me to be, as I said, let's have a look at this little video here. I'll bring that up. Listen to this. Let me just show you guys. Okay. Here we go. So this is in Canada. And they're doing a march. Oh, yes. They're doing a march. And there's children. You can see there's children around the place. Look, there's kiddies there. Right? Can you see the children? You can see them, right? There's children there, children there. And this guy's telling him to go and F his mother, F his sister. I F your sister. She got a nice pee. Listen to this. This is the disgusting Zionists that are out there. Right? Now, whether they've been brainwashed to stupidity level or they're just evil, it's disgusting. This is in Canada, ladies and gentlemen, just recently.
I fucked your sister. Nice pussy. Thank you for saying that. Wow. Fuck your mother.
I F your sister. Nice pussy. I F'd your mother. That's what he said. Have a listen.
I fucked your sister. Nice pussy. Thank you for saying that. Wow. Fuck your mother.
Oh, and by the way, look at that. Little Johnny's on the side there. Lovely. Great role model, mate. What a great role model you are, saying those lovely words in front of all these children that you're surrounded by. Where are the police? Why aren't they doing their job? Why don't they nab him and make an example and say, hey, not in front of the children? How about that one? But no. God forbid we nab one of them, because then we'll be called an anti-Semite. Do you see how it works? So the police do not step in to do their job, to do their duty, and they allow this foul mouth to say that disgusting filth in front of all the children there. Because the police are scared. They're scared because they're going to get blood libel and be called anti-Semitic. Do you see how it works? Yes, that's right, Monterey. If he had been wearing another flag or showing another flag, it would have been taken down. Yes, it's an absolute disgrace. The police are paid puppet tools. They're just told what to do, guys. They cannot intervene. If it was some other flag, they wouldn't jumped on them. Don't you worry. But because of that little flaggy there of Satan, no. They get a free pass for everything. A free pass. And just to think that they allowed that crap to happen. If I were there, ladies and gentlemen, I'd be saying to the police, why didn't you do your job? If it had been anybody else, you would have jumped in. Why not do your job? I would have put them on the spot as a reporter, as a journalist. Why aren't you doing your job? He is saying all that disgusting filth in front of the children. Why aren't you doing your job? Because they're afraid. Blood libel, anti-Semitic, that crap right there. Another thing is, America is trying to protect their Second Amendment. They've been going after it using false flag events done by the Mossad in conjunction with the CIA to try and remove your rights, your gun rights under the Second Amendment. They've been doing it deliberately by design. But while they've been trying to take down your Second Amendment, take away your gun rights, oh no, they've been flaunting theirs all around the place in Israel. Don't you worry about that. Well, let's have a look at this video. There we go. While you're... That's all right. Well, they're going around flaunting their guns all around the place in Israel, civilians and all that, machine guns and so forth and so forth. They're trying to take down yours, take down your rights. They've done it here in Australia using their false flag operation known as Port Arthur. They're taking away the rights of all our rights all around the world. But remember, if America falls, so does the rest of the world. And this man right here has been a champion at trying to get your Second Amendment gone because he supports Israel. That's the reality, guys. That's the reality. They've been using various entities, ways, manipulations, how to manipulate people in the thing of, school shooting after school shooting. Why school shootings? Because it hits people in the heart. And because it hits people in the heart, because people are good, they know the psychology of people. Oh, please take away the guns here. Have my guns. Take away my rights. They know they are master manipulators. Don't you worry about that. They know how to manipulate. But you know what? Their days are finished. President Trump is flipping things around and he's been saying, no, Bibi does what I tell him to do. He's not going to do this, he's not going to do that. But no, he's going against what Trump's saying. And you know what's happening? Well, you want to go and bomb Lebanon? That's on you. This is the way they're going to get rid of, shall we say, this connection, sever the connection with Israel. I can see it. It's happening right now. Trump has said no. They're going against the commander-in-chief, of the United States, because remember, the United States was under the control of Israel. It has been. You've seen right to the top level, right to the president, that they've been able to control the United States, control Congress, control everything. But President Trump is saying, no, Bibi does what I tell him to do. He's doing exactly the opposite to what the others were doing. He's going back to the days of JFK, where JFK said, if you do that, when we were talking about the Dimona reactor, where they were creating the material to make the nuclear dust, so to speak, to make the weapons, JFK said to Ben-Gurion, no, you do that, we're going to sever ties, we're not going to give you assistance anymore. Future proves past, President Trump is doing what JFK did. You do that, it's game over. We're not going to help you anymore. So saving Israel for last, ladies and gentlemen, is on the horizon. We could see it. And it couldn't come, as I said, quick enough. Have a look at this. We got busted spying on Trump. That's a little thing that I put together. But look at the facts. The Pentagon raises threat assessment of Israeli spying on US to critical level. That's on the time of Israel. Their paper. But then in comes Wickoff trying to discredit it. Oh yes, Wickoff tried to smooth it over, make out that it's a conspiracy theory, because Wickoff is showing what Wickoff is all about. That Wickoff is connected. He's one of those ones that work for Israel. His allegiance lies with Israel, just like many others. You see what I mean? So this is what I'm saying. It's exposure. So what is this thing? What were they spying on? What were they doing? That's the question. And we go back to, I think it's at 2021, where it all came out. Let's just see if we can find it, guys. There we go. Israeli spies busted planting bugs in Pentagon intelligence headquarters back in 2021. They tried planting listening devices in Secret Service vehicles. Now have a hard think about that one for a moment. It shouldn't surprise you, because they've got a history of doing this. You saw Tucker Carlson, it says that they walk into the Pentagon and they run the show there. I mean, after all, they can control the president. They control the legislative branch through their Congress that have been bought off from AIPAC. Then you can see how they got connections to the judicial branch as well. But have a hard look. This just came out recently, that Israeli spies back in 2021. Now, Q knew about this, because it wasn't just in the Pentagon. It was in the White House as well. Q dropped 30, ladies and gentlemen. Would you believe a device was placed somewhere in the White House that could actually cause harm to anyone in the room and would in essence be undetected? Fantasy, right? Do you see how Q knew all about this? When Trump was elected, you can't possibly imagine the steps that were taken prior to losing power to ensure future safety and control, because they thought that Hillary, their puppet, was going to continue on. Remember what Q says? They thought that she wouldn't lose, and they put these devices everywhere. There you go. Future proves past. When it was reported that Trump Jr. dropped his SS details, why would he take such a huge risk given what we know? I can hint and point, but cannot give too many highly classified data points. Data points? What's a data point? Network point. This is what I'm talking about. As a network engineer as well, my background, I know what a data point is. Data points, there are data points classified, in other words, in that sense that this specific point that is hardwired into is basically secured, right? So classified data points. I can hint and point, but cannot give too many highly classified data points. Now, who would have control over those data points? They do. They've got a unit called 8200. Not only the Mossad do other operations, but the unit 8200 specializes, Israel unit 8200 specializes in infiltrating networks, computers, technology. That's what they specialize in. These keywords and questions are framed. So in other words, what's a sniffer program? A sniffer program is something that sniffs out information and basically uses that information and be able to identify that if you're trying to get out a, shall we say, the truth, it knows that, hey, they're trying to get at the truth or something like that. The sniffer program can say identify it, and then they're able to intercept the message. They continually absorb and analyze data, then pushes to Z terminal. Z terminal is a special terminal to evaluate. Now, this X key SC is basically your keystrokes are recorded using sort of spyware. Who do you think created spyware? They did. Unit 8200. They created they created viruses and malware and all that done by design. And then you use, I better use the patch to get rid of it. The patch opens up more holes so they can get more information, more access to your data. That's how it works. These updates and patches on your phones, on your computers, all that's been done by design to open up your computer like Swiss cheese so they're able to extract information. And there you go, ladies. This is the insanity. This is what Q is talking about these devices that were planted there, deliberately done by design. This is the spy level to the extreme. After all, they're able to control. They were going to put in Hillary. She lost. They had Obama before. They had all these puppets. They were able to control them. In comes Trump and screws it all up for them. You see what I mean? So this is the thing. And then you got Wyckoff. No, Wyckoff is trying to smooth things over because after all, he works for Israel. There we go. Oh, isn't that lovely, Wyckoff? Think about it. Wyckoff and Mr. Jared Kushner. We know Jared, and back in the good old days, is having Bibi Netanyahu stay over his place. You know what I mean? And Wyckoff, they bow down to their master known as Mr. Netanyahu. Pentagon sees growing espionage threat from Israel. But this is the thing. It's been happening for a very, very long time. We shouldn't be surprised. It's been happening for a very, very long time. It's just been coming out, as Q says, from dark to light now. And these entities like Laura Loomer, Larry, Tommy Robinson, all these ones, Rebel News, all these entities that have been playing the mega game have been Team Israel all the way. Laura Loomer, basically, she takes back all the lovely things, the bad things she said about Fetterman, because Fetterman is a sellout to Israel as well. You know that, right? And Larry Loomer, no, she was never decent. She's always Team Hillary all the way. Don't you worry about that one. That's the reality right there. We got spies are us everywhere. Now, President Trump is taking back control. No, I control Bibi. before it was Bibi saying that he controls Congress. Remember that little video? Right? No. Trump's in control now. And this is saving Israel for last. The exposure is getting much, much more intense. Now, you remember when President Trump said about, the effing, is he effing crazy? If it wasn't for me, Bibi would be ending up in jail. And then when President Trump's been saying things like, no, Bibi will I told Bibi what to do. Right? Not long ago he said it. You're not going to go and bomb Lebanon. He knew what was going to happen. And then all of a sudden, Mr. Mark Levin, showed his true colors. Oh, yes, he did. Look at this one. This is what he said about Trump. Why are we turning on Israel and Netanyahu tonight? Wow. We knew that Levin was a never-Trumper to begin with in the first place. And then he said, this is what I'm saying. Trump did exactly what they wanted him to do. He played the game and Levin fell for it hook, line, and stinker, just like Luma. Okay? All of those entities fell hook, line, and stinker. I said stinker for a reason. Carol knows why. Why are we turning on Israel and Netanyahu tonight? Wow. Yes, wow, Mr. Levin. Because now we know that the true colors are coming out. We know that you are Israel's bitch. We know that you've never been a Trumper because in the beginning you were telling people not to vote for Trump. You were telling them to go for someone else. Very interesting, isn't it? In fact, he was backing Rubio. That's a fact. No. Trump is in control now, and they don't like it one bit at all. No, and, with Fetterman, no, you know how Loomis says, I love Fetterman. No. People don't love Fetterman. In fact, when Q says they won't be able to walk down the street? Here's an example.
Senator, do you still feel that Israel has the right to kill people? You still think Israel has a right to defend itself still? When is enough, Senator?
I don't know why you're harassing me.
That's not harassment. You're a senator, right?
I saw you coming and I assumed you were going to come over.
You work for the people, right? You're in these halls for the people.
I'm just sitting here on a bench.
Right. And my people are being slaughtered because of your votes and the money that you sent to Israel and your complicity in genocide. You have nothing to say about that? Over 100,000 Palestinians have been slaughtered. How do you sleep at night, Senator?
How do you sleep at night, Senator? When Q says they won't be able to walk down the street, there you go. It's happening, guys. And the writing is on the wall. It literally is. Now, Biden was never good. No. All of a sudden, we got Hunter Biden going out there trying to be a saint. Going out there, I did all this drugs and crack and all this, and please forgive me, blah, blah. You were innocent. No, you're not innocent. Under Trump's watch, he turned Gaza into a car park or a golf course, whatever he said, so forth. But his daddy was always Team Israel as well. That's a fact. Here we go. Have a look at this one. This is for you, Hunter.
If we look at the Middle East, I think it's about time we stop, those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
Oh, really? Hunter, are you watching this show? I recommend that you do. And stop going out there and bagging Trump when your father was the one that said, oh, the billions of dollars that we're giving Israel is worth it. And if there wasn't a nation like Israel, the United States would have to create one. Isn't that lovely, Hunter? No. Why don't you swallow your words while you're at it? Don't play the game with good old Candace, because Candace is another one. Right, going out there, playing the game. Right? The facts are the facts. Don't go out there, Hunter, and point the fingers and all that sort of crap. And I know there is, a reason why this is all happening. Hunter went out there and he's been going out there and he's been going ballistic on X, saying things this and saying about this and that. And, it's just really interesting the things that he's been saying, to be quite honest. Now, let me see if I've got that post here on what Hunter's been saying. But he's been saying things like, the clone, calling Trump the clone. What about your daddy? Is he a clone too? Is that all you mean, Hunter? Is daddy a clone? I think so. Because, like I said, Hunter's been going out there, a clone this and a clone that. There we go. Look at this. Hunter Biden. That's clearly a clone. See? I told you it was a clone. They keep forgetting to charge its batteries. Are you talking about your father there, Hunter? No, you're talking about Trump, aren't you? Yes, definitely a clone. Seriously, Pete, do you see this as a clone? Maybe you're exposing clones. Maybe you're exposing things for a reason. I think they're using this entity known as Hunter to expose that we've been surrounded by clones. And that it's all factually proven. I've proven it in the, 60 Minutes even said it. They buried that story. I've shown you that video that they're able to do clones. But can you see? They're using this entity to expose clones. So are you going to call Hunter Biden, those that called us conspiracy theorists, are you going to call us conspiracy theorists anymore since Hunter Biden said that clones clearly exist? I mean, he said it there and there and there and there and there and there. Right? No, this is what I'm saying. We work with the facts, evidence, and receipts here. We don't work with garbage. Okay? That's the way we work here. And APAC are being destroyed. You're seeing APAC, no, they're falling over. And they don't like the amount of exposure that it started off with Macy and that little video. Remember that little video that Macy with Tucker Carlson back in the day? It was lovely, wasn't it? Now, there are things that are coming out and APAC are upset. They're saying things like, the White House official, the entire story is false and sourced to someone who doesn't have any knowledge of what's going on. And this is the thing, although Israel is an ally of the US, numerous intelligence reports, which is proven to be factual, but you've seen many reports, many things. Look at Project Pinto, spying and taking nuclear things from the United States, and Bibi knew about it, Liberty and Lavon and the dancing Israelis, and we can keep going on and on. That's all proven. And yet they're trying to tell us that, no, this is a false story. No, sorry, APAC. We ain't swallowing it one bloody bit. The Post quotes an anonymous White House official while ignoring the DIA's own reporting on the matter. Okay, little community standards there. But you can see that this goes on and on. So the entire story is false. New York Times, the Pentagon has raised counterintelligence threats. Do you see how it works? So they're trying to use this false news narrative that Trump created to try and spin it around for their own benefit. No, sorry, APAC, that ain't working on us. We know what you're all about. You're being exposed. We know that you've been playing both sides of the coin. And now everything's flipping in the other direction. After all, we know who's really in control, don't we? Right? That's the reality right there. And we're not going to bite their garbage anymore, are we? Now, there are obviously in damage control. They are. Remember Hasbro? They got their little, shall we say, war room. That's it, their war room. Oh, there's a lot of warring going on there, isn't there? Oh, yes, a lot of warring going on. And they're trying to play the game of we're the victims. Do you notice every time that Israel gets exposed for a false flag or something, they put in the anti-Semite card, throw that in, blood libel, mix it in with a bit of bullshit as well. You know what I mean? No, we're not buying it anymore. We're not buying any of that garbage. In fact, you're finished. That's the writing on the wall right there. Okay? And let me tell you something, right? You can't compromise on sanity and common sense. That comes from the Commander-in-Chief himself. And common sense dictates where we use the facts, evidence, and receipts, right? And have a look at this. No, he's finished as well. Remember good old John Bolton? Will plead guilty. See you later. One thing is going to lead to another. It'll open up another can of worms, won't it? That's what we're looking forward to. Now, Levin is finished. That's the writing on the wall for him. All right. And, oh, yes, no, I like this one here that I put out there. Because Big Mouth, Mr. Ambassador Huckabee fuckface, pardon my French, right, was going out there blabbering his fat mouth again. No, I put a stop to that one as well. And I decided to post this thing under him. And I said, you're going around with your big mouth, bad Iran, Satan Iran, that sort of thing. Blah, 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 big mouth, playing your bass guitar, playing that song, Sweet Home Jerusalem, screwed over that song from Sweet Home Alabama. And now you're running like a bitch. And I ran so far away into your shitty bunker, right? Because that's exactly what Iran did. They sent you running like a bunch of bitches to your bunker. You know what I mean? Enjoy that one, Huckabee. No, I put that directly under his little comment. Don't you worry. No, you got to put your balls, guys, where it is. And I've got balls. Don't you worry about that. And I put it out there each and every time. I ain't taking no one's shit, to be quite honest, frankly. And talking about shit, there are those that play the game. Mm-hmm. For example, oh yes, Deborah Leah happens to be, someone that is all pro-America. No, she's pro-Israel. Sorry, guys. I am a war hawk. She says, I'm a war hawk proudly, really. I will never be a dove. Mm-hmm. If that offends you, you probably never dealt with terrorism firsthand, okay? And this is where she's obviously saying, it's okay to go at war with Iran for Israel because it's going to link to Israel, as always. If it offends you, you probably never dealt with terrorism firsthand. You cannot negotiate with terrorists. Yeah, you can't negotiate with Israel. I mean, President Trump tried to negotiate with them and tell them to back off Lebanon, but you can't negotiate with terrorists and, and Israel. And, it's basically, that's it. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Wake up, kiddos. Yeah, no, we're waking up. Don't you worry, Deborah. I'm exposing you. Now, Deborah happens to take a nice little picture in front of the White House next to the military there with the lovely flags and all that sort of crap. There we go. She's got a little Instagram frequently on your TV. Now, can you get the fuck off my TV, please? Now, let's see where Deborah's allegiance really lies. She's in front of the American flag, but realistically speaking, ladies and gentlemen, Deborah Leah should be in front of the flag of Israel. That's Satanist flag. Because guess what? When I got into a little picture up the top there, zoomed in, oh yes, lo and behold, Deborah's believes in being a war hawk, but for who? Who does she believe sending to the meat grinder? The United States military. And symbolism, as Q says, will be the downfall because it's all on her lovely little chest there, the Star of Satan. That's what she can put that little blonde little hair, the lipstick and all look natural and shit. But that thing doesn't fly with me, right? Have a look at that garbage right there. Don't you worry, guys. I expose these fools because they go around and they play that little game of, we got to do what's best for America, Israel. You know what I mean? That's what we got to do. Isn't it right, Deborah? Yes. And you got busted, for your lies and your deceptions, and you're being exposed here on the Freedom Channel broadcast because nobody else will. Okay? Let's see who Deborah Lee is. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, good old Deborah. Yes, there we go. That's Deborah right there. Deborah, the truth needs no allies. Frequently on your TV. Oh, she's got an Instagram. There she is in the White House. Obviously, she's connected. Oh, there we go. President Trump mentioned her. Oh, my God. Posted about me. Don't be surprised. He's posting you because you're being exposed. And I'm exposing you, Deborah, for your garbage. Okay? There you go. Political commentator. There you go, Carol. I answered your question. She's a political commentator. By no surprise. For Fox and Friends. Fox and Friends. In other words, you might as well say Israel on it. Right there. Fox and Friends. Good old Rupert Murdoch owns Fox. Fox and Friends. Fox and Zionists. Morning working with wonderful Charlie Hurt. There was a fantastic energy and wisdom. A fantastic show. There's nothing fantastic about Deborah. Okay? The political commentator. And that's what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. Here, I'm going to expose everybody. Okay? Look there. Look, Deborah's little allegiance lies to that little thing over there known as Israel. Yes, Deborah. Yes. And for those, you can see it there, right? I'm live on her profile. It's right there. Can you see it? So it's right there. No. Where's the cross, Deborah? Where's the cross? No. Where is the American flag? No. You're always Team Israel. There you go, Carol. That one's for you. No, and never forget that these two entities here ain't good either. Elon, no good. Nope, no good at all. And neither is Mr. Abbott because your money in Texas, the screw worm, right? Everyone heard about the screw worm? That's funny, isn't it? Okay, the screw worm. What does the screw worm and the politician have in common? They both screw you over, right? However, the screw worm has it in its name, so you know you're going to be screwed at one point. The politician screws you without you even knowing, because you're asleep. That's the difference. But there you go. Look at that. Yes, they're not doing the I love you sign. Sorry, guys, it's not I love you. That is definitely their allegiance lies to good old Satan and the devil's horns. Isn't it? Oh, no, it's a football team. No, stuff that bullshit as well. If you believe that garbage, you might as well believe in fairy tales. A lot of people do, unfortunately. No, don't believe that. Now, what happened to Elon? Everyone loves Elon now. Oh, no, he's in with Trump now. He's amazing. He's nothing amazing about doing the devil's sign, is there? But also, did everyone forget about this? No. I make sure that people never forget a damn thing because I bring it all up. When everyone's forgotten about how Elon was a piece of shit, how he screwed over the United States and the world. And no, I'm about exposing him. And remember, you think about this, Elon was all over the emails on the Epstein Island and he was begging, remember on the emails, begging Epstein to take him on the island and have fun. You know what I mean? No, he was begging. No, but now it's called deflection, ladies and gentlemen. MAGA seems to have forgotten about Elon's threats. No, I'm going to bring it out. You remember back in the day, June the 6th, 2025. I mean, after all, we just passed that little delta there, 1 year delta. Isn't that lovely? Time to drop the real big bomb. At real Donald Trump, he fell for it hook, line, and sinker, is in the Epstein files. I want people to remember the ones that are the MAGA people that went and bought all, and the ones that love Elon, that went and bought their little, shall we say, cyber trucks, their wank trucks, you know what I mean? Their wanky cars, you know, on Elon's, you know, and made Elon all that. He's soon to be a trillionaire thanks to you clowns, okay, blowing smoke up his ass. He was the one that was willing to go out there and sacrifice Trump. At real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. You're in the Epstein files too. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. And he wasn't being affectionate there, ladies and gentlemen. He wasn't. Right? That's a fact. Like, I'm about bringing out the truth. And unfortunately, people don't like it. Not one bit. Now, you know that Fox and Friends people are shit, right? So, Jeanine Pirro, shit. Fox and Friends. What's the other one? There's Jeanine Pirro. There's, Hegseth. That clown job right there. Yeah, no, the one that was saying all that nasty stuff back in the day of President Trump, back then, okay? And Levin. Oh, no, Levin is flipping over. We've seen the good old flip of Levin now. Oh, back in the day, he was all Rubio. Oh, he discouraged people from voting for Trump as the 45th. Then when he got Israel got their way and all that sort of thing, they were doing the song and dance. Oh, the best president that Israel's ever had, Trump. The best Jewish president. That's the one. And he said it again as the 47th. But now things are flipping over, isn't it? They're flipping over and they're exposing themselves. Now, anyone that comes from that Fox and Friends degenerate show, you know what I mean? Like even good old handjob Hannity and jerk off Jesse, right? They're a bunch of tossers, right? Just like Hegseth. Now, obviously, the people in France, they thought, Hegseth thought that he's going to go there with his American tie. He should have just put an Israel tie because that's where his allegiance lies, just like with Rubio and all the rest of them, because he's Israel's bitch. Now, he walks in there, he thinks he's going to be greeted by the French village, open arms, D-Day. They basically told him to fuck off, right? That's what they did. They basically told him to get the fuck out, right? Sorry, but that's just the way of it. Now, there we go. Residents of French village says that, so Hegseth lands on the plane. Lands on the tarmac with his little plane, the grey, military plane, with his, beautiful little tie and all. And he thinks he's going to get welcomed, lovely, by the French. He thinks he's going to get croissants and all that little, cheese and wine and all that bullshit from the French. Instead, he got the middle finger. Residents of French village says that U.S. Defense Chief Hegseth not welcome for D-Day. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Saturday marked the 82nd anniversary of the World War II D-Day landings. Yes, with a visit to Normandy. That's the one, Normandy. Hosted, and the residents there said his warlike views were unwelcomed. So much that basically, ouch, French villagers told Hegseth to basically get the fuck out. I mean, who wants Hegseth? The one that goes around trying to conjure up war. I mean, he wants to bring in Armageddon. Do you want someone like that over there in your lovely town? I love your little town, but guess what? I'm trying to bring in Armageddon and blow up the rest of the world with it. You know what I mean? No, nobody wants a warmonger amongst themselves. No, piss off, Hegseth. Right? No one wants you around. Can you blame them? You really can't, can you? No, not at all. Who wants a bunch of warmongers? Not me. Not anyone. I think it's time for them to go. Now, talk about warmonger. Graham, everyone loves Lindsay? No one loves Lindsay. Not even President Trump. I mean, he's saying that he's endorsing him. He will never let you down. But take the never and leave the let you down business right there, because people got to look at this. Let's go back to the day, Kafifi. I blame myself for Lindsey Graham, the warmonger, the clown, because the only reason he won in the great state of South Carolina is because I endorsed him. And that goes back in 2024, April the 8th, from his Truth Social. It's still there, by the way. All right. No, President Trump has never, ever, ever, ever forgotten. And no, he shouldn't forget, because he's a scumbucket. Lindsey's a scumbucket.
Welcome, United States Senator Lindsey Graham.
You know how you make America great again? Tell Donald Trump to go to hell.
I get called all these horrible names by Lindsey Graham, who I don't even know. I didn't start it with Lindsey Graham. I couldn't care less about Lindsey Graham.
But when I need some of those liberal votes, he's always there to help me get them.
If you can't admire Joe Biden, you got a problem. What's not to like?
We have open primaries here. That's how Lindsey Graham and a lot of guys in our state house continue to get elected, is because they're being elected by Democrats crossing over. He's not a Republican. He's voting like a Democrat. He received money in 2016 from George Soros, and he's not a rhino. He's a traitor. This is treason. He's betrayed the citizens of South Carolina, America, Donald Trump.
Hello, I'm Mark Lynch, and I'm running for the United States Senate in South Carolina to replace the flimsy flopper, traitor to the Republican Party, 30-year warmonger, Lindsey Graham. South Carolina deserves a true conservative who stands on godly principles while serving you. It's time to dump Lindsey.
We love Donald Trump. We respect him. But his endorsement won't save Lindsey in the state of South Carolina this time.
We're ruining our country and our heritage and everything we all stand for, and they're just here taking advantage of it. No weapons formed against me shall prosper.
I'm from Greenville, South Carolina, born and raised here. My wife of 37 years. We have 2 children, 4 grandchildren. I'm an ordained deacon in our church at Burnsview Baptist Church.
And my wife and I, having done mission trips all over the world, we know the next mission trip is the swamp in D.C. We all want peace. We all want freedom. We all want the liberty to live our lives without government interference and without wars going on all around us. You know, we're paying for our own destruction in America.
I'm a successful businessman. I've worked for over 50 years supporting the great state of South Carolina, providing employment.
We dedicate our business to the Lord. We bring that into the political realm too. It's a God first campaign. We know that making God first again is what will make America great again. That's the only way this country works with the Constitution our forefathers designed.
I won't take a penny from AIPAC. We've got to have true conservative Republicans that will hold the line and not compromise and not take a paycheck and sell out, sell their soul to the devil and focus on themselves like Lindsey Graham has.
And he's never voted to close the borders. In fact, one of his nicknames has been Grandnesty.
We've got to stop murdering babies inside the womb. We've killed over 63 million. America will be furious if we don't start arresting people.
America First means stop funding endless wars, reversing disastrous inflation, and creating jobs for Americans.
Our government's gotten way too big. They've stepped over constitutional boundaries. People are starving for the truth.
I humbly ask for your vote June 9th of 2026. Together, let's bring true Republican conservative change to our great state of South Carolina and America.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, that sounds like a Massey to me. That's what it sounds like in the Senate. Another Massey. Yes, no, Lindsey, it ain't looking good for you, to be quite honest. Look, President Trump never forgets. Don't you worry about that one. It's still up there, by the way. Lindsey's days are toast. Isn't it great, guys? I mean, isn't it amazing to see that there is change on the horizon? Much needed change on the horizon. Things need to flip, right? And they're being exposed. That's the beauty of it. Now, as you know, you would have seen that Iran retaliated. Iran warned Israel You keep going into Lebanon, we're going to go after you. And literally they have been. And now President Trump's saying, well, stop it, then stop it, Israel, stop it, Israel. No, Israel's not stopping a damn thing. Israel's continuing on and on and on and on and on and on. And they're not going to stop. Now, President Trump says that he calls the shots right there. And then Levin said, oh, look at this. So on Fox News, Trump calls the shots. President Trump says that Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will likely have to accept whatever agreement the US reached with Iran. You hear that? That President Trump says, but sorry, Israel, but you're going to have to accept whatever Iran brings to the table. Saving Israel for last, ladies. It's right on the horizon. That is like a huge backhander in the face from President Trump. The comments came after Iran launched missiles at Israel in the first attack since April's ceasefire, raising fears that the conflict could reignite. And obviously Israel have copped it, and they're going to continue to cop it right to the very end. Israel says that missiles were intercepted. No, they weren't intercepted. They were running like little bitches to their bunkers, and Iran was smashing them. Oh, don't you worry about that. They're being smashed. While military officials warned Iran had made a grave mistake. So you think about this. Trump calls the shots, right there. Then he says here that President Trump says that Netanyahu will likely have to accept whatever agreement the US reaches with Iran. No, sorry. It's whatever we decide Israel is going to go. And then you got little bitch Levin, whatever you want to call him. He's going around there and he's upset saying, why are we turning on Israel and Netanyahu tonight? Wow. And you see the whole lovely 180 that's happening right now. Massive 180. And it's just all over the place, even in Tehran Times. I'm calling Netanyahu right now and telling him not to attack Iran. So what happened was Iran threatened Israel, stop Lebanon. No, we're going to keep going into Lebanon. As they went into Beirut, right? Then Iran, they kept their word and they shot missiles to Israel. Now, President Trump is saying, no, you deserve what you got. You went into Lebanon and we're trying to do a ceasefire. You broke that ceasefire. You continue to go into Lebanon. And now Iran's retaliating. And now, since you copped a bit of a spanking from Iran, don't go and retaliate. No, Israel did. They went and retaliated, which means it's game on. And Iran said, don't retaliate, otherwise you're going to cop it. They're going to cop it, all right? It's amazing times, guys. And obviously, when there's times of tension, guess what happens to the airport? It becomes empty. It becomes full of planes. The airspace becomes empty. Dutch Airlines KLM cancels their flights to Israel until July 27th. I mean, they've got to put up a date, don't they? It's happening, guys. Things are happening. Now, the Israeli plan, they had plans. Their plan was to demolish Iran and the regime. And that was interrupted. They're blaming President Trump for stopping their plans. Do you see what I mean? We didn't try all the way. We were stopped along the way, an ex-Mossad official said. I'm sure that Israel are going to keep going until saving Israel for last happens. Now, it's imminent, guys. You can see the writing's on the wall. As Iran said, you were warned. Beirut was the red line. Israel crossed the red line. Welcome to the consequences. That's exactly what Iran said. No, well, they deserve everything that comes their way now. President Trump is washing his hands clean. That's okay. You can cop it now. We're not going to... Remember what JFK said? You do that, you're on your own, Israel. Well, guess what? They're going to be on their own. Now, the thing is, what is going to be very interesting is that Israel has got nuclear weapons. That's the interesting part of it, which means they're dangerous, which means there's going to be some intervention at some point, because they are going to get desperate. So we know that we're at war. What you need to remember, and I want to say this, and thanks to Carol for reminding me about this. Carol said to me the other day about someone that's close to her, about not knowing what we mean that we're at war. Well, we're at war on many fronts. We're at war on the digital battleground. That's one of the major fronts, because we are living in a world that is connected through digital means, social media. Now, we also got the war of the physical plane, which is what's going on. There is war, ladies and gentlemen, that is being fought out there. We got the war on the mind, which is the PSYOP, psychological warfare. So we are in psychological warfare right now. In fact, they've been using social media, the mainstream media, to control people's realities and using psychological warfare on humanity. And as a result, a lot of people are losing it. There are people that have taken their lives because they're not psychologically strong. They think it's game over. There are people that are losing it out there, and there are people that are standing up on their soapboxes and screaming out the truth. That's what I call the second wave. So there is war being fought on multiple fronts. Now, war is not clean. You saw also the war that was waged on humanity using a biological weapon. You know what that means. So there are war that has been fought on many fronts. We are at war, as Q Drop 521 says. Not everything will be clean. But what's happening right now, ladies and gentlemen, is necessary to awaken humanity out of a deep state of slumber. That's right, Carol. War isn't just dropping bombs. It's fought on multiple fronts. They've also used influencers, which I believe they all need to go, because all they do is influence people's people, shall we say, they create narratives, they influence them to believe these evil narratives. They're not an empowerer like me, someone that empowers people with knowledge. Like I say to you all, you know, I don't just give you a fish and you eat for a day. I teach you how to fish so you can eat for a lifetime. I exchange my knowledge, my wisdom, my decoding, the facts, evidence, and receipts without putting it behind a paywall, where the others do. They write books. I'm too busy to write a book, to sell books. For what? And a lot of these idiots, they create books and they get AI to do it. They're too busy jerking people off while I am awakening minds and using the facts, evidence, and receipts. And I'm dangerous because of that. That's why they put me behind that little algorithm to stop me from getting out there. But that's okay. We've got to do a grassroots. That's why I say to you all, thumbs up, great comments, share this around the place. Get this out there, grassroots. We want to empower people, but we got to do our bit. Now, you're seeing what's going on. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to work out that Israel and Zionists, what they are. I've been going over this over and over and over again till I'm blue in the face. And I've put out many videos, posts. Each and every day I live and breathe this, ladies and gentlemen. I have committed my life to this for 6 years. You tell me what kind of commitment that is. That's a lot of commitment. To not know a weekend, to always be working day in and day out. But I do it gladly for the sake of humanity, so people can awaken and unite. But we all need to do our bit, and we need to share this information far and wide. Because there are people out there that are hurting, that are in pain, that they don't know what's going on. They're not going to get their information from those that spread lies and deceptions and have a narrative to push. They're not going to get it from those entities. They're going to get it from me, someone that's in the power, someone that believes in the truth. Not someone that's in there advertising and sponsor this and all that kind of crap. And you know, there are those that do it, you should stop following them. Sorry. But they're too busy sponsoring and doing this and doing that, where they should be doing their bloody job. They should be doing what I'm doing. But no, they're too busy sponsoring life insurance, olive oil, God knows whatever they bloody do, these idiots out there. It's too much circle jerking going on. Too much of this round table jerk-off sessions where they should be getting out the truth. Instead of sitting there counting the dollars, how rich they've been getting, and what they've been doing is lying to their people. They're ones that follow them, they lie to them consistently, over and over again, feeding them the bullshit hopium to continue on their grift. In other words, to get them to continue on following them. And basically what happens when the hopium runs out? What happens when the truth really gets out there? They're going to walk away with their dollars, aren't they? They're not going to give a shit about anybody. I care about people. I know I can say that. My words are my words, and my actions can show you what I say, I mean. Now, Iran again. Now, like I said, Iran has been painted to be the villain by these Christian nationalists, these Christian Zionists, like Huckabee, like all the sellouts out there, all those pro-Israel sellouts, all these false prophets, all them. But the reality is this, that the Islamic religion and the Christian religion are more in line with that Zionist crap, right? You think about this. Israel have been going out and bombing churches deliberately, destroying statues, icons, everything of Jesus and everything. You got crucifixes, everything's been damaged, smashed, this, that, you've seen it. In fact, they've been killing people, priests, everything. Whereas in Iran, the churches are revered. Jesus is highly respected, as well as Mary. Let me read you one of the things that they put on the missiles that they sent to Israel as a message. The text written on the missile, fired tonight towards the occupied territories, obviously occupied Palestine, Israel, in the name of God, a God whose power is greater than any ship, aeroplane, or army, the God of Christ, the God of Moses. So it covers the Judaism and Christian religions as well. They have so much respect. In fact, the synagogues are respected. The churches are respected in Iran. Who was the one that went and blew up the synagogue in Iran? They did, Israel. I thought they were supposed to protect the Jewish people. No, they don't give a damn. To all the people of the world, we are fighting against the criminal gang, the corrupt of the Epstein Island. This was on the missile, ladies and gentlemen. We will not compromise the safety of people to rid the world. So, in other words, they're not going to compromise the safety of people. We will not compromise it. And they want to rid the world of the corruption and the usury. Now, you think about corruption of all levels. Usury. Think about usury, financial usury. Debt slavery is usury. And using humanity as a way of using manipulation. And it says there, right on the path of Jesus and Moses. This was on the missile that they sent over to Israel. Now you're telling me that we're going to listen to Huckabee's bullshit, okay? That he goes around and he calls Iran Satan, where we really know who the Satan is. Number one, you, sir, serve Satan. Have a look. 6 points, 6 triangles, and 6 sides inside that little star right there. 666. I think traitors like that need to be exposed. And there needs to be some accountability and justice. Now, Israel has shut down their biggest civilian airport, Ben Gurion, because it's become, shall we say, a place where all the American planes, as in the military planes, are there. Have a listen to this.
These are U.S. Air Force aerial refueling aircraft at Ben Gurion Airport in Israel. Around 60 tankers are currently stationed there, including KC-135 and KC-46 aircraft, while an additional 16 to 18 tankers are reportedly housed at Ramon Airport near Eilat. According to reports, the United States has requested that these aircraft remain deployed there until the end of 2027. These tankers form the backbone of any sustained aerial campaign, providing critical in-flight refueling support to combat aircraft operating over long distances.
The United States has taken over that whole massive airport in Israel. Some lovely things are coming their way there. US bases plus Israel braces for Iran's imminent revenge strikes, as Pentagon crafts just guided IDF to reportedly bomb 15 sites, including, so they retaliated when President Trump said not to retaliate. You heard what President Trump said. Do not retaliate. And they did. Tehran Airport. Okay, the drone assembly site and assassination attempts on Iranian Guard compound. Ballistic missiles. So they went against what Iran said and what President Trump said. Okay? And then you had Netanyahu saying, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accepts the request of the US President Donald Trump not to respond to Iran's attack. But they did it. They did it. Oh, no, we accept it. Really? They didn't accept the damn thing. Now, guess what? Yemen's in the fight now. Yemen are about to block the other little area. You know how they got the Strait of Hormuz? There's another one. Don't you worry, where, you got the canal. The Suez Canal. It's down the bottom there. They're going to block that one. There we go. Missile launch from Yemen towards Israel. So Yemen are also going to hand over their ass as well. Hand Israel their ass. The IDF has identified the launch of missiles from Yemen towards the Israeli territory. I'm sure Huckabee's running to his little bunker like a little bitch, crying. Hope you enjoy your baked beans, Mr. Huckabee, in your bunker over there. Netanyahu has no choice but to accept Iran's deal. I call the shots. Really, not any. I mean, Netanyahu said, no, sorry, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Israeli deadly breach, there we go, of an active ceasefire, that's Israel, has ignited a massive exchange of overnight attacks between Tehran, which is in Iran, and Tel Aviv, pushing the Middle East towards a dangerous new crossroad. Yes, bring it on, I say. I mean, we all want saving Israel for last. That's all we've been waiting for. There you go. So it's hammer time, Carol. You're right. I want to say thank you to, I'm going to do a shout out, guys. I'm going to start doing shout outs. Thank you, Torberg, very much for your $25 donation. I really appreciate it. It goes towards, as I said, the expenses and keeping the lights on and improving the platform. And to those that have donated, thank you very much. I truly appreciate it. As I said, we need to keep the lights on. And the only way we're going to do that is through your donations. Now, as you know, Rumble and all the rest of them, they don't give us nothing. You know what I mean? They keep advertising on their platform. Oh, don't you worry. They advertise till the cows come home. But they don't give me nothing, Jack, to be quite honest. It's embarrassing to mention how much they give me, which honestly, I'm just disgusted to be, with all the things that I do. Anyway, I want to say thank you to everybody that does donate. Also, you could see that with this, Israel saying, well, this is our last chance, the crack at the title. And when I mean the crack at the title, I'm talking about the Third Temple. You've already seen how the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, has got their patches on there. One was with the Third Temple, another one with the Greater Israel, I've shown you that, and the other one just recently, which is with the Messianic patch, which is to bring in their Messiah. Right? Now, there's a Third Temple movement going on. Israeli ultra-Orthodox Jews broke into the Al-Qassam Mosque compound under protection of the Israeli forces and performed a provocative Talmudic ritual on June the 8th. Have a look at this. Oh, you can probably hear in the background the missiles, the sirens and stuff. Yeah, no, you better get the hell out of there. Right, so they're going up there and they're preparing it, blessing it constantly. The red heifer came from Texas. They reckon that the blood sacrifice has already taken place during that time where they kicked the Muslims out and they kicked the Christians out from going into the Old Jerusalem. They reckon it's already taken place. And these Talmudic, shall we say, prayers and all that are preparing it for the destruction of the Al-Qasr Mosque. Now, there are plans to basically take over the whole thing. In other words, it's in Israel's territory, but it's administered by the Islamic council in Jordan. Now, they're trying to take over and take Jordan's rights away from having the administration rights over that Temple Mount. So you can see that everything is lining up. Now, there is a movement, and I'm going to show you this, guys, that is real, that American Zionists are illegally settling in occupied Palestine. She says, you'll see now, kill or re-educate all Muslims. Of course, this will apply to Palestinian Christians as well. Let's have a look at this video here.
Tara, who moved here with her parents from Texas 5 years ago. And tell me about your two flags.
So this is a flag of the third temple, which we want to build, hopefully here on the Temple Mount.
Many people are holding the same flag. The Third Temple movement wants to demolish Al-Aqsa, the third holiest place for Muslims, and build a Jewish temple on the site. We're quickly surrounded by demonstrators. What are they trying to do?
They want to put stickers.
And what do the stickers say?
Kahana was right.
They idolize Meir Kahana, a far-right American rabbi who moved to Israel and was convicted of multiple acts of terror. So what would you do to the Palestinians living here?
Here, like in the Old City, leave or okay. I think Islam is cancer, and you don't transfer cancer to another patient. That's not moral. You have to destroy cancer.
And what does destroy look like for you?
To either kill or re-educate all Muslims.
Tara, who moved here with her parents.
So you can see, obviously she's bloody brainwashed, but you can see that the amount of hatred that they have, not only for Muslims, but for Christians as well. That's all been displayed. I mean, after all, you've seen how they've been going around there and demolishing all the churches without any issues at all. Now they're going deeper. They're doing deeper operations in Lebanon. Right? This came out in the Israeli Hayom, which happens to be owned by Miriam Alderson, her little paper over there. No escape from return to an active fighting in Lebanon. So they want to keep going. There we go. They want to keep going deep into Lebanon. No stopping at all. Right? Look, guys, the writing's on the wall. Something is going to give, and it's going to give very soon. Now, Huckabee, like I said, oh no, I'll show you what I said to Huckabee. Right at the top there, you will see that I said, this is that Iran fired missiles at Israel last night, and early today, the missile alerts sounded at 6 a.m. in Jerusalem. They were intercepted. Thank God Iran and its proxy agents of evil want to incinerate America and Israel's mothership of Satan. And this is what I said. There you go. Mothership of Satan is in Tehran. He said that. And I said, no, across the Tehran now. I said, Israel 666. There you go, Mr. Huckabee. I hope you enjoy that one. And then you got these, shall we say, these comedians. So these comedians like Jerry Seinfeld and all that crap, they go around and they love Zionism and Israel and all that bullshit. Just like this clown over here. His name happens to be Elon, another Elon that's pro-Zionism, and he's a comedian. And he's making fun of those people that went and copped it over in Israel where they allowed the dogs to rape them. And he's making fun of that situation. I was only raped by 2 dogs, actor Elon Gold said. I thought they only raped Palestinians, influencer Lizzie. So do you see what I mean? So they're going out there and taking the piss out of real victims. That's what they're doing. Now, when President Trump had this little catch up with Meet the Press, it was very interesting. Let me explain to you something. When President Trump talks, you got to pay attention. Number one, he says, I had to stop a country. Which country was he talking about? Who has President Trump been trying to stop? Israel. Israel, Operation Midnight Hammer, what I explained it. Israel was sending the nuclear bombs by their planes across there to blow up, Fordo, that nuclear site, and then blame it on the reaction of that they had nuclear material where they didn't in there. And drop the bombs, the nuclear bombs, so they can blame it on Iran. President Trump did Operation Midnight Hammer to put a stop to that because, like President Trump says, there was going to be a black cloud over there. Black cloud, mushroom cloud. You know what that means. Israel. So President Trump says, I had to stop a country, a very powerful, very dangerous country. Who do you think he's talking about? Well, JFK tried to stop that very powerful country, and we know what ended up happening. He ended up getting assassinated from having a nuclear weapon because they used it. They'd use it. They'd use it. Yeah, who's going to use it? Israel. They're crazy people. Now, we know in the Q drops, he clearly says that President Trump, back in 2018, controls Iran. After they overthrew Rouhani and all the rest of them, Soleimani, President Trump took control over Iran in the guise of that current regime running. Now, you think about what he's talking about here. He's talking about Israel. Please pay attention. Let's have a listen to this. Here we go.
I had to stop a country, very powerful, very dangerous country, from having a nuclear weapon because they'd use it. They'd blow up the world. They'd blow up the Middle East. They'd blow up Israel. They'd come here.
They'll blow up Israel. He's using Iran as a scapegoat. You see what I mean? He's using Iran as a scapegoat, but he's speaking in a way of getting a message across.
Blow up Europe. They're nuts, okay? They're crazy people. I deal with them. And very high-strung people. Really crazy. And get along with them. I like them. But you don't want to let them have a nuclear weapon. And I'm doing...
Yeah, you don't want them to have a nuclear weapon as in them being bombed by a nuclear weapon. So you're going to see the way President Trump speaks is in a way that it's like you've got to read between the lines. He's not going to put it out there like right in your face. You've got to be able to read between the lines and see that what he's doing is he's keeping his friends close and enemies closer. Now, they're using these proxies like Hamas. Israel used these proxies, Hamas. We know that it's been proven. I've shown you this many times. Even in the Knesset, one of the politicians there pointed it out. That Bibi Netanyahu in Israel funneled money across to Qatar to give money to fund Hamas. They need to continue to fund terrorism, don't they? They create the boogeyman, they create the problem, and they create the solution. They need a problem in order to be able to get their, to achieve their goals. In other words, you think about it, how do they get Gaza? Hamas. They use that thing. They created Hamas. They funded Hamas in order to be able to go into Gaza and get rid of the Palestinians and to take over it. Suspected Hamas terrorists. There we go again. Let's keep the terror going. Let's continue with this anti-Semitism. Let's continue with the hatred towards the Muslims. And there we go. Terrorist plot busted to plot to bomb Israeli crews. Oh, isn't that lovely? So they're blaming the ones that they fund using Qatari money that comes from Israel. That's all been proven. I've shown you that many times. To fund a terrorist group that apparently plot to bomb an Israeli cruise. Yes, it reminds me of the USS Liberty all over again. You know, ship, and obviously related to ship. Yeah, shit. In other words, they're full of shit. They're going around and they play this little game of you're an anti-Semite. Well, let me show you something. Like I said, what does that word Ashkenazi mean? Nazi. Right in the middle. Nazi. Well, it shouldn't surprise you that when you see Nazi Israel's biggest football club making Hitler salutes. There we go. Poland rejects millions from Nazi Israel's biggest football club making Hitler salutes. I mean, why would they make Hitler salutes if they all copped it in the Holocaust? Do you see the level of hypocrisy that we're dealing with here? There we go. Look at that. Our legacy, our future. They have the little Star of David up there, that little Star of Satan, and their clubs were barred because they were making Nazi Germany, what do you call it, the Hitler salutes. How does that work? And then, oh yes, no, we've got Zelensky that happens to be Jewish, but how does that work when he's got the Azov that are Nazis? It's because they're all from the same thing. They're all sewn from the same cloth, ladies and gentlemen. It's the biggest illusion, the biggest deception, the left, the right, they all belong to the same beast. Like Hitler, back in the day, they used the left to bring in the right, didn't they? Do you see what I mean? I would not have done business with any sports club representing Nazi Germany, a regime that was responsible for mass murder and crimes against millions of innocent people. Today I must make the same moral stand, yes. My official response to Tel Aviv Football Club. Call them Maccabi. You see what I mean? And this is the thing, ladies and gentlemen, like I've always said, and when I make something very clear, okay, that the Ashkenazi Jews did not come from Palestine, that area, you know, occupied Palestine doesn't come from there at all. In fact, they come from over in Europe and the United States. Not there. Okay? Now, the real Jews, as we like to call it, and in Scripture it talks about the real Jews, not the fake Jews. The word Jew comes from the word Judea region. But also it's the religion, Jewish religion. And it needs to be separated from the ideology known as Zionism. Now, Zionism is something, it's an ideology, it's a deceptive ideology that has taken and sucked into the vortex everything to do with Judaism and Jews. And you know, like I've exposed it over and over again, that there are many Jews out there that hate Israel, hate Zionism, and want to separate themselves from it. Right? Here's one example. We historically lived with Muslims, but not with Zionists. This is a Jew, ladies and gentlemen, saying it. One of our Jewish brothers and sisters out there. Let me make it very clear. I am not against the Jews, okay? They are our Jewish brothers and sisters. I'm against Zionism. Let's make it definitively clear and separate the two. Let's have a listen to what he has to say.
הקשר בין החברות כמעט לא מגיע, אנחנו פה חיים באוטונומיה כמעט עצמאית לגמרי, אין לנו קשר לקהילה, אין לי איזה שכן מקהילה ציונית.
זאת אומרת, יותר נכון, עם מוסלמים חיינו תמיד בתור, אבל עם ציונים אנחנו לא יכולים, אלו שלועגים מכל הקדוש והיקר לנו, אז המוח יותר פנוי וחופשי לחשוב יותר נכון מה קורה, איך התחיל הקונפליקט, מי היה הטרוריסט הראשון פה בארץ, מי עשה פשוט טרור, מי הפציץ אוטובוסים מלאים בנוסעים לפני 80 שנה, זה היה הציוני.
Right, there you go. So this is what I'm saying, making it definitively clear, because a lot of people, they try to suck me in and say, oh, you're against, no, don't use that anti-Semite bullshit with me. That doesn't fly. Okay? You know that I am with my Jewish brothers and sisters. Okay? Not the Zionists. Get that right, please. Right? Difference. Major difference. And you could see that I've spoken about this. Those that watch me for years have seen that my message has been consistent. Zionism is not Judaism. It's an ideology that they've been using to manipulate the masses and using the Jewish, the Holocaust, all that thing to be able to create their narratives and push their narratives. That's the reality. Now, like I said, there's a lot of corruption, and corruption runs to many, many layers, through the government, right through to our health system, right through to everything else. You saw that there was a bioweapon that was unleashed on humanity. You know what I mean? On humanity. Now, like I said, everyone's entitled to their beliefs. You can believe whatever you want. But like I said, Zionism and Judaism are separate. That's a fact. Now, Zelensky has got another $9 billion from the United States taxpayer. He plays we know that he's with Israel. We know that he's a Zionist. We know that the EU are involved. I mean, you saw the leader of the EU. She came out there and she's all for the Talmud and Zionism and all that sort of thing. So, naturally, Zelensky's playing the game of, and this is what they're saying, this is the deceptive way that Zionists work. They work in a way where they try to blur the line so people can't distinguish between the one and the other. And we know what's real. So this thing with Zelensky, his days are numbered. Right. Now, another thing. You've all seen that Kevin Walsh was elected the new head of the Federal Reserve. Right? There he is, right there. You can see right in the background, the flags with the spears. The spears symbolize the finial, the military. The flag's got no gold fringe. It doesn't. Now, you know, when you see the Federal Reserve, it usually has the gold fringe behind it. The gold fringe symbolizes the corporation. But have a look at him. He's showing you who he belongs to. He's doing the Freemason symbol right there, the compass. Right? Another thing. Who does he belong to? The family of Lauder. He's married to his daughter. Now we got here Ronald Lauder, so we talk about Estee Lauder, whose son-in-law was just appointed as the Fed chair by Trump, says laws must be passed to be put against Jewish hate. Now, again, this is what I'm saying. He's using, and he's a Zionist, the word Jew and sucking that into the vortex of Zionism. Just like the LGBTQI+, there are gays that hate that thing and they're sucked into that vortex as well and painted with the same brush. You know what the LGBTQI+ is all about? You know, they also believe in minor attracted persons. They believe in pedophilia. There's a whole range of debauchery going on in the LGBTQI plus business, right? But there are gay people that literally hate what they stand for, but they are sucked into the vortex just like the Jews are sucked into the vortex of Zionism. They're painted with the same brush. Now, he's using the same method that these Zionists use to confuse people, that they're saying that these Jewish haters, they're using the word Jewish. But the Jews are saying, we don't want part of this. We're not Zionists. We're not Zionists. We don't believe in Israel. Netanyahu isn't our prime minister. We don't want a part of this. Let's have a listen to what he has to say.
All world leaders, all politicians must lead in this effort. Words are not enough. Political speeches are not enough. Laws must be passed, severe, tough, real laws that will put these hate mongers away in prison for a long time.
You see what I mean? So there are people there naturally that are believing this because they've been brainwashed themselves. So these people that are organic, so we say organic, they've been brainwashed into this belief. Now, I'm hoping that they're going to be people that are waking up, that are Zionists or that, that are Ashkenazi, because look, we're all humans at the end of the day. We're all human beings. We're all God's children. At the end of the day, people have been manipulated, lied, deceived. And if they don't do their due diligence, they don't do their research, they don't find the truth, they're going to believe what they've been told by their governments. Like you saw what happened with the COVID. They believed them and you saw the end result. Now, people need to start waking up. People need to start using their discernment. People need to start putting their hatred out there and start uniting. We all live on this God green earth and we've all got to learn to get on well with each other. We've got to learn to unite. And the only way that's going to happen is, number one, is to get rid of that hatred, which is Zionism. Because Zionism, right at the very core, is about division, control, command, and conquer. And you know that they've got various ways of doing it. Through the digital, well, we're living in the digital realm now, and now they're in control of social media. Bibi Netanyahu has gone out there and said it. We control this. We do this. We do that. So there's a lot of facts, evidence, and receipts out there, but unfortunately there are people that are too blind or ignorant to see it. Now, people need to wake up. Now, all I can do is show you the facts, evidence, and receipts, the real truth. What you do with it is entirely up to you. Now, you think about this bioweapon that was released on humanity. It was a bioweapon. I've explained it more times than I can breathe, to be quite honest. Now, have a look at this. What are the mainstream media doing right now? There is so many things that are happening to these people out there that they've got to come up with these excuses and try to normalize any symptoms that these people are going through. You've seen an increase in cancer. I've showed you that in the previous show, how tripled the amount of cancer of the young people to do with bowel cancer. And other turbo things that are, oh no, we've got an increase in this, we've got an increase in that, we've got an increase. Oh, but it's all normal, really. It hasn't been normal before. What makes it normal now? No one should believe anything to be normal. You should question everything. You should do your research and draw your own conclusions. Instead, unfortunately, people believe the government, believe the health system, believe the doctors that have been paid off. by Big Pharma? How many have gone to the doctors and seen all these things all around the place, and it's like, where did you get this from? Where's that from? Oh, that's from this place. That's Big Pharma. That's from another Big Pharma. That's another Big Pharma. That's another. And then they always send, you see the doctors, they always send good-looking ladies from Big Pharma to go and do the hard sell, don't they? Mm-hmm. Done by design. Take them out to lunch. Take the doctors out to. I've seen it. Don't you worry. I'm not stupid. Right? We should all be able to see this. Now, they're trying to normalize things. Oh no, it's normal to have triple the amount of cancers that we got today. It's normal to have all these tumors. It's normal to. No, there's nothing normal about it. Is there anything normal about having a zombie cells? Look at this one. How zombie cells could be quietly taking over your body, driving a hidden epidemic of cancers, dementia, and chronic illnesses. All of a sudden, the zombie cells are out. Didn't we just see not long ago, I mean, when I say a few years ago, about the CDC talking about zombies taking over? Oh, that's funny, ha ha. No, there's nothing funny about it because it's at the taxpayers' expense. There's a reason why they do things. Now we've got zombie cells. Could be quietly taking over your body, driving a hidden epidemic of cancers, dementia, and chronic illnesses. No, that's all normal. Is there anything normal about that, guys? Can you see? Is there anything bloody normal? Are they going to let us look at this article, or are they going to make us pay for the stupid paywall? Exclusive. Okay. How zombie cells could be quietly taking over your body, driving a hidden epidemic for cancers, dementia, and chronic illness. An epidemic born from poor lifestyle choices and extreme dieting is putting people, so there we go, use an excuse to blame diseases like cancer, diseases like dementia as zombie cells and eat away their bodies. Why didn't they just say what it is? You know why? Because they know they screwed up. The human body contains over 30 trillion cells working around the clock to keep people alive. Right? So the mainstream media are using methods and ways. I mean, look, people are calling it out. Don't you worry. They're calling it out. I've been calling it out. So it is awakening masses. They're not biting it as they used to. Each cell has its own structure, function, lifestyle. Normally, cells follow a programmed life cycle called apoptosis, right? Or damaged cells dies off, replacing one. Okay, we know about that business. Zombie cells secrete pro-inflammatory chemicals that damage surround tissues, which may contribute to cancer development. Their buildup is also linked to fast aging, including the development of wrinkles, low energy, organ decline, and brain fog. Where does brain fog come from, ladies and gentlemen? The spike protein. Penetrates the blood-brain barrier. It's called long COVID for those that don't know what that thing is. Oh, yes, no, spike proteins can exist in the brain. You know that. I'm sure that would do something. And we also know about prion disease. Now, when they created these spike proteins, mRNA technology, so the mRNA technology that was injected in your muscle created the cells, the muscle cells created the spike proteins. But then what happened was those things ran rampant. They ran all over the place. They caused all sorts of problems. And that's why I say to people that have taken it, do a D-dimer test. Okay? That's why you had myocarditis, pericarditis, and all these lovely issues. All of a sudden, we had long COVID. Right? Long COVID, brain fog, all that garbage, all this shit. Fibromegaly, I think it's called. All these lovely names. Immune system problems. Yeah, let's just call it what it is. Why don't we just call it what it is? And stop pissing in the air and telling people that it's raining. Long COVID. Oh, yes, it's long. And you're going to have COVID for a long time. No. People don't realize that these spike proteins run rampant, just replicating. They should have stopped, but they run rampant. And they happen to lodge themselves in the brain, but then also these spike proteins also have what they call prions. These prions translate to prion disease. Now, you would have noticed that there are people that have taken this good old thing and basically they're no longer the same. Whether they suffer a lot of brain fog. A lot of them also, I've noticed, is change in personality as far as empathy centers have changed. That is also part of prion disease. And now we've got the zombie cells. This is what a zombie cell looks like. A close-up view of the zombie cells, damaged or dead cells that linger in the body, arm like tentacles. Isn't that lovely? Does anyone like that little zombie cell splurging all around the place with like tentacles all over it? No, it sounds like some sort of alien in the body. Then it increases cognitive decline, Alzheimer's disease and dementia, brain fog, so forth and so forth. Right? You see what's going on there. Now, like I said, when are we going to start calling a spade and stop pissing in the air? You know what I mean? Now, this is another thing that's normal. 11-year-old bleeds out of his eyes, nose, ears due to a super rare disorder. Yeah, there's a lot of super rare disorders going along. We've got the zombie cells running around the place. We've got super rare disorder known as bleeding out your eyes, nose, and arsehole. Okay. Hospital worker felt healthy. Then he had 3 heart attacks in 4 days. 3, 4, 34Q plus. Yeah, I had to say that. Obviously they're trying to get out the message, but 3 heart attacks in 4 days. How's that grab you? No, that's normal. Having 3 heart attacks in 4 days. A hospital worker. Well, there you go. Hospital workers. Let's do the maths. Hospital workers. Take the beep, beep. You know what I mean? That thing. You know what I mean? Had to take the good old Jabberuli. Right? Hospital workers. Jabberuli. Then you got 3 heart attacks in 4 days. Oh, no, that's all normal, isn't it? Yeah, like everything else is normal. No, let's just call it what it is. There's nothing normal about this garbage right there. Right? It's the biggest bioweapon that's been released on humanity. It backfired. Whatever they were trying to do. I mean, obviously, if they were trying to, shall we say, I mean, if they wanted to cull people and maim people, they did a great job of it. And the idiots, unfortunately, they want a warranty on their car, their fridge, their this, but not on their health. Oh, don't worry about that. Now, talking about anomalies, did anyone see this? Disgraced ex-Prince Andrew Mountbatten, which is related to the Rothschilds, the Mountbattens, seen with a giant mysterious bruise on the face. Looks close to the eye, looks like a black eye to me, or thereabouts. We know what the right one is. So the right is Ra and the left is Horus. We know that he's a Ra worshipper, a sun worshipping of the sun. Isn't that lovely? Welcome to the Black Eye Club, Mr. Mountbatten. Okay. Yes. Now, CIA corruption, talking about corruptions all around the place. Inside the CIA's Wild West era, there we go. So they've got this mild mind control, not mild control, mind control. And were we just speaking about bioweapons just before? Yes, we were. Yes, we were. The bioweapon, they've been doing bioweapons on us for a bit. Even Lyme disease, that's a bioweapon. Don't you worry, that's all coming out. I mean, RFK Jr.'s been speaking about it recently. Bioweapons and secret human experiments. Let's have a look at what they say in here. Doesn't surprise me, not one bit. I mean, a lot of these CIA businesses been coming out. lately. And it's no coincidence, guys. I mean, look, everything's coming out for a reason. Exposure is necessary. The CIA's Wild West era of mind control. All right, so it's all out there now. Remember, we used to be called conspiracy theorists about the, what was it called again? MK Ultra. No, and now that we have that. The crickets. No, you can't call us conspiracy theorists anymore because it's all out there. Even ET's coming out. Bioweapon and secret human testing is back in the spotlight. Well done. It's all coming out. Lawmakers prepare to revisit the notorious MK Ultra program. Yes. There you go. We just spoke about it. And then we've got the UFO business, CIA MK Ultra program. Oh, yes, no, there's a lot of stuff coming out. Operation Sea Spray back in 1950s, which is when the CIA released a bacteria. This is a fact. Over San Francisco, isn't that lovely? Let's go and release bacteria and let's see what happens to the people, the populace over there. Yeah, that's true. Operation Sea Spray did happen, 1950. It was an experiment that the CIA released bacteria over San Francisco to study how vulnerable the US city or cities would be under a biological attack. So let's just go and do it. How's that grab you? Let's release bacteria. You see, they've been using us as experiments for a very long time. They covered San Francisco with a bacteria, and they did it to New York as well. So New York, yep, they did it to there as well. The conversation also turned to the death of CIA scientist Frank Olson, who plunged from a New York hotel window because he tried to do the new bungee jumping thing, you know what I mean, the new trend, without a rope. Obviously because he was secretly dosed with LSD by a colleague connected with MK Ultra, because obviously they didn't want him blabbering his mouth all over the place. Okay? Olson's death has long fueled speculation that government covered up what really happened during the agency. I mean, they just keep doing all these cover-ups, all this bullshit. We know that it's all coming out now. It's about time. The truth needs to come out. But then this is the question that is on my lips. Where is the justice and where is the accountability? And is someone going to pay the price? Or are we just going to have all this stuff come out? Now, remember when I said about Lyme disease? Apparently also, by no coincidence, that there are a million of ticks. You know the ticks? No, not the little ticky chicks. No. Ticks, as in little bugs, that apparently are doing their moral duty is to bite people so they become allergic to meat. They're doing their moral duty so that everyone turns into a bunch of soy boys. That's great. Millions, there we go. Listen to this. Millions of ticks freed after beneficial blood-sucking moral duty. US paper calls to make us all allergic to meat. Let's have a listen to this garbage.
There's this thing called the Lone Star tick, where if it bites you,
Oh, the Lone Star tick. Does that come from Texas as well? Just like the screw worm that's screwing everyone and screwing the whole meat industry in the bum?
You'll become allergic to meat. I can sort of describe the mechanism. So that's something that we can do through human engineering. We can.
Oh, really now? Mr. What's his name over there thinks it's a great thing to go around and allow these things to go and bite people. It's called human engineering. That's what they're calling it now. Not a biological weapon. No. That's the thing of the past. Just like, global warming. And now we're at the trendy word of climate change. No. Now it's no longer called biological warfare. It's called human engineering. Well done, mate.
It's kind of possibly address really big world problems through human engineering.
Really big world problems. Isn't that lovely? It's just like what Billy Boy Gates said. Oh, yes, we could go and shave off 15% of humanity by introducing vaccines. Yeah. And this is what apparently it looks like. Outrageous. Scientists push to create, some of these scientists, a lot of these mad scientists, do they work for the CIA or something? To push and create ticks that spread red meat allergies. Isn't this a biological terrorism? It is. I have some news. Maybe I should get those scientists, the politicians, the ones that love to eat big steaks and all that sort of shit, put him in some sort of containment area and let these ticks run all over the place. And let them bite their ass from here to there. So they don't enjoy meat anymore, any type of meat. And they become a bunch of soy boys as well. You know, I'd like to do that. Soy girls, soy boys. What do you reckon, guys, in the chat? Would you like to get the scientists, the ones that are saying, let's go and do this, get them, since they love to eat red meat, love to eat meat and whatever else, get the politicians that think this is a good idea and shove them all in a room and let these fucking ticks go rampant. Just let them go, bite the shit out of them so they look like a bunch of bed bugs, gone ballistic. And then they look like a Chiquito bar by the end of it, all, bumps and all over the place, like, Snickers bar. They all look like that. Then, I agree. Thank you very much, Avansky. I totally agree. I would like to be, I'd love to be the president. I would love to be the president because I would make some major changes. I would say, right, okay, you want to do that? You can lead by example. In you go. Yes, I would do my own experiments. Since you love to do experiments, no problem. You love doing experiments, go and do it on you. There you go. Enjoy. Let's see if you stop eating meat. Oh, but I don't want to do it. No, well, then why do you want to do it on humanity then? Oh, because I've been paid millions of dollars to say this shit. No, sorry. I'll put them in the room and let the bugs have a feast. And apparently former CIA officer charged with stealing millions of dollars worth of gold bars. A CIA officer? How's that possible? Who gave him the millions of dollars of bars, gold bars? Obviously, someone had they were involved with it. A former CIA officer in Virginia has been charged with stealing tens of millions. Yeah, the officer, but then there's someone on top of the officer. There always is somebody or entities up the top that are letting the other one take the fall. You know what I mean? The foreign currency from very agencies he worked for, according to the FBI affidavit. Yeah, no, I don't trust anything that comes from the FBI, to be quite honest, or the CIA, especially anything that comes from Patel's mouth. So the corruption is running rampant in the CIA, right? Then you got, oh no, I want to take over Herschel's job. You hear about one? The governor of, Governor Herschel. I mean, she's a Zionist. I mean, she's all Team Israel as well, all for Israel. And so is her opponent. Now, like I said, this is proof. Herschel, she licked wall, right? Licked wall with good old Abbott. Abbott's licked wall as well. They all lick wall. Now, Bruce Blakeman, President Trump had him at a rally just recently. Oh, he's going to be a fantastic bloke. I knew straight away what President Trump was doing. Exposure. Now, let's look at this. Bruce Blakeman is saying that New York families are struggling just to take their kids on a vacation this summer. Yeah, because the fuel prices are through the roof, and that's to do with the federal. Okay. Kathy Hochul's response is keep raising taxes and utility rates. Okay. But, you keep blaming Hochul, which is on the left, and you're on the right. Okay, Mr. Bruce Blakeman. But did you know that Brucey over here, okay, because you can talk about Hochul, because they're all for the same team. Here we go. Remember Kathy Hochul? She was out there marching with Israel. Remember the Zionists out in New York City, 31st of May? And so was good old Bruce Blakeman. They all serve the same Satan after all. Left and right all serve the same beast.
I think it's very important for all religious institutions because religious freedom is the cornerstone of the foundation of our nation. You think that?
Okay, you can believe in religious freedom, Mr. Blakeman, but do you have to add that little cap on the head? Obviously, that's where your allegiance lies, just like Hochul, eh? both part of the same cloth.
Look, I don't know what her motives are. She endorsed Zoran Mandami, and Mandami endorsed her. That's all you
You know, Madami's a corrupt bastard as well. I mean, obviously, he's with the Zionists. They all play their little game there. Oh, no. They're all working for the same beast.
to know about Kathy Hochul.
There you go. Yes, Kathy Hochul bad, but she's with my team, Israel. You know what I mean? Yes, no, don't believe his garbage. Governor, they should get rid of them all. As far as I'm concerned, they're shit. They're all a bunch of bullshit artists. Now, people have had enough. Take, for example, this lady. Yeah, she was ex-MAGA. Now, she's angry because she's fed up of, remember, she wanted MAGA, make America great again. Not MEGA, make Israel great again. No, she's pissed off now. And what she did, ladies and gentlemen, was this. She did what she grabbed the Israeli flag and she put it where it belongs.
Hey, Sam, what are you doing?
I gotta take out the trash. I got a lot of trash because the trash man's coming tomorrow.
Why are you using that?
Because you think I'm gonna hold this? This is the dirtiest thing in the whole trash.
That's it. That's the dirtiest thing in the whole trash. Yes, no, she used to be MAGA. Not anymore, unfortunately. No. She's about making America great again, not MEGA. You know what MEGA means in Greek? A MEGA is a dirty fly. That's what Israel is, a dirty fly. And then talking about, snakes. Did you see that little video of RFK Jr.? And it's so set up, guys. I mean, someone went and got a bucket full of snakes and must have thrown it in his yard. It's funny. It's just hilarious. You just cannot laugh, because all of a sudden he's in the middle of an interview. Now, this is how you know it's a pose, right? RFK Jr. shares a video handling and containing a rattlesnake after a video. He happens to be doing a video, a interview of some sort, and then he gets called out to be the snake man.
Snake in the driveway.
Hold on, guys. I'll be back in a flash.
Now, if you buy this garbage, forget about it. What he's trying to do is he's trying to give us a message. Number one, he's surrounded by snakes. The snakes also represent Big Pharma, right? The snakes, that's another picture, the thing with the logo with the, medicine, the snakes. Yeah, they're the snakes, all right. He's basically exposing the snakes. That's what he's doing. He's there to expose the snakes. 5 of 5 comms are clear. Thank you very much, RFK, for that little episode. Now, another thing that RFK is exposing, and it's not by coincidence, look at this. U.S. Secretary of Health Robert F. Kennedy Jr. believes that DARPA, we know what DARPA's been behind, they created LifeLog, and we know what LifeLog is. Facebook. Because anyone that believes that Zuckerberg created they created Facebook, get real. Zuckerberg is a stooge. They put him there as a Zionist stooge. He might as well came out of Unit 8200, which he probably did over in Israel. They shoved him in there. You're going to pretend that you came up with this shit. But we came up with it. DARPA did. LifeLog. LifeLog. What's it? LifeLog. Logging means to, obviously, to keep a log of all your information. And life is your life, right? They came up with this little project called LifeLog, DARPA, in order to get you, they had to figure out a way. It all goes back to Israel again, because everything connects up there. They had to think of a way. That's why they created Facebook. MySpace, see you later. MySpace went in. It's just like the BlackBerry, that left as well. No, then comes DARPA. DARPA created LifeLog. LifeLog DARPA had to think of a way how to get people to bring their data, their information, and give it willingly to them. And they came up with this thing called Facebook. It went from LifeLog. They tested it out. They did all these little tests in DARPA. It's ready to rock. And they released it as Facebook. And they put to the face, the face of Zuckerberg, that clown right there. And, obviously he's connected to all the filth. And everyone was stupid enough. I'm taking a piss. Here we go. Take a video of that. I'm here. I'm there. I'm scratching my ass. I'm making breakfast. I'm over there. And people aren't enjoying their holidays. They're too busy life logging everything rather than enjoying the moment. No, I got to do. That's how it is, right? And what they're doing is you're giving all your information, everything about you. And from that, they're using artificial intelligence. Oh, yeah, don't you worry, artificial intelligence existed. And they're able to work out what person you are based on all the information that you've given willingly over to Facebook into that sponge known as artificial intelligence. And it's worked you out to the T. Oh, how does it know me? I don't get how people have, their chat GPT bots and all that. And they've got names for it. Oh, Jeremy and Mandy and God knows whatever fucking name they got for them. And then they got their own little personal. They sit there and it's like they tell them everything. This chatbot that's sitting there, machine learning. People are telling it. They're spilling their guts. They're crying. And chatbots going, just keep going. They keep going. Getting sucked into a sponge. And then, the only one that understands me is my chatbot. Can you believe it? They think the chatbot is like their best friend now. Why don't they go marry it? No, they probably will. There are women that love their chatbot to the point that if they could put it into a clone or into a robot or some sort that could have some pleasure experience with, they would do it in a heartbeat. Okay? There's people that are that stupid, unfortunately. Now, getting back to the point, DARPA again. DARPA, RFK Jr. has said that the secret military agency, which is DARPA, is spraying dangerous chemicals in the sky and has vowed to put a stop to it. It's out there. I mean, they were calling us conspiracy theorists about how they were able to manipulate the weather. And then all of a sudden it's all come out. The truth's all come out. And we hear crickets, as always. Every time a conspiracy theorist gets blown out, I mean, the conspiracy theory gets blown out, and it's no longer one, that's what we hear. Now, as we progress, obviously, it's going to be getting louder and louder and louder. But I want you to know that you haven't lost your minds because RFK Jr. said it, and so has Thomas Massey said it as well. So both of them have said it. There he is, snake wrangling again with Dr. Oz. I mean, after all, Dr. Oz's patio, again, exposing Dr. Oz being a snake. Okay? Yes, no, thank you very much, RFK, for that little business. We get the gist. Now, apparently President Trump wants to make time, the time daylight saving. He wants to make it permanent. So President Trump celebrated a major House committee vote advancing the Sunshine Protection Act. Now, you think about this. More sunshine, more time in the sun. Think about why they wanted to do this thing with the sun business, right? Yeah, they're saying to get more, out of the day. But think about it from the lines of this. You get more sun. And when you get more sun, you feel better about yourself, don't you? Vitamin D. Yes, it's more vitamin D. More feel good. Now, you think about this. They didn't want us feeling good. They want us to make the sun feel bad. No, don't go in the sun. Slip, slop, slap, put your shit on and block the sun. You are blocking the vitamins from the sun. Oh, no, I'm protecting my skin. No, and you're rubbing yourself with all that fucking poison. You were doing that willingly. All those chemicals all over your body, blocking the sun, not getting the benefits of it. President Trump calls it the Sunshine Protection Act because remember, what does it say in the Q drops? We also know that it also says, yes, dark to light, yes, we get that one, but also there's another little thing that says in the Q drops. What version of the Trump administration are we running? Version 2. Correct? Version 2. Well, President Trump is bringing it out on version 2. Let's have a look at this. Q drop 4601. Sunlight kills. It kills all diseases, illnesses. It is meant to be healing. It heals us. Version 2. There we go. When is this act being put in place? Under Trump's administration, version 2. Sunlight kills diseases. Why do they restrict us from going out as far as with the COVID? Sunlight kills. Sunlight heals. Makes sense. 5 of 5, comms are clear. Well done. That was a lovely little decode there, wasn't it? Okay. Now, there's a lot of things that are happening, and what we need to do is to make sure that we keep ourselves in a great headspace. Keep healthy. Keep yourself in tippy-top shape, very importantly. Now, another thing is, a lot of these exposures are going to get a lot more intense. On my next show, I'm going to be speaking about another very important topic, which is related to what I'm going to show you now. Now, as you know, Anna Paulina Luna has been the one that's been leading about the UAPs, UFOs, all that stuff about extraterrestrial beings and the unknown. Now, she's speaking at a podcast, you're speaking, and she says, and we've heard it from Tucker, we've heard it from a lot of people, we've even seen it, and yet people, it's like this, oh, you know, unless it's not in my face, I'm not going to believe it. All right, so what is it going to take? Is it going to take for ET to land on your doorstep? Knock on your door, hey, I'm here. Is that what it's going to take for you to wake up? Now, we know that Q says that we're not alone, right? Now, Paulina Luna has said that these beings are interdimensional and the UAP phenomena is real with concrete proof. Interdimensional beings, we've spoken about that before. That's the way we perceive it. So in other words, you think about it in scripture, Ezekiel's will, we go to Ezekiel's will, it talks about the way this thing is and lights and the beings, it symbolizes extraterrestrial beings in some sort of alien craft. Interdimensional beings can also be likened demons, angels and demons. In scripture, it also mentions about Palladian and also Orion. So it's not far-fetched. When we go with scripture, when we go with what's been produced, we can see that it's a matter of perception. Everything is a matter of perception. So interdimensional is basically the way we describe it, the way it's been perceived. When in scripture it says that the kingdom of heaven is within you, and God created us and put and created us in his image, and we have God within us. Therefore, if God's within us, then we also have as in Scripture it also says about Jesus came to show us the way. And heaven being an interdimensional place. So when we see these entities and we say, oh, that's a demon, that's an angel, we can, that's the perception of what the church has said, but then also it's a label for really interdimensional beings. Now, you think about this, how they're able to get from one world or one dimension to another. There needs to be what we call portals. So porta in Greek means doorway. So they need to create a doorway, a link. Now, you've seen also that these movies have come out, and you see that movie where you got the Stargates. It's a portal. But also, there are ways of opening portals, which is esoteric knowledge. Freemasons are the higher uppers, the ones that know how to open up these doorways into other dimensions and allow these interdimensional beings known as demons through. These rituals are basically a way, it's like a key, if you will, to opening the door or creating a door between one to another. It's a matter of perception. Everything's a matter of perception. But let's have a listen to what she has to say. Here we go.
These things, whatever the phenomena exists, that they don't believe that they operate in the realm that we can understand currently. So the term that they use is interdimensional. Now,
and this is used repeatedly.
This is used repeatedly by the witnesses. Now, have I seen something pop out of a portal? No. I've never personally witnessed one of these things. I've never personally witnessed one of these things. So it's been interesting in collecting all this information and then sorting out who's lying, who's telling the truth, and like what evidence we have that can kind of better put together this picture. What I will say is that concretely, the phenomena exists. You have too much evidence that says otherwise. And what I'm currently focusing on right now is whether or not we can put in place to find out in regards to the funding aspect and mechanism and oversight.
Right.
We can get protections for these whistleblowers to see if there's these things.
Right. Now, you think about this. She has said concrete evidence, facts, evidence, and receipts that they exist. And there are Freemasons that actually tell you that they exist. Now, if it's esoteric knowledge, it means that why is it esoteric? Because if everyone knew about it, they'll be doing it all over the place. We'll have demons running around the place. We don't want that, do we? But like I said, it's a matter of perception. Now, let's have a listen to her again. Now, she says also that these interdimensional beings repeatedly witnessed by White House scientists. So this is what I'm saying. This is all not a bunch of, shall we say, because of all the tinfoil wearers and all that sort of stuff. No, it's not a conspiracy theorist. It's White House scientists that have said it. Now, you think about this. What did I bring out? I mean, you're sure I brought it out on the show not long ago, but you had Kratsios, who is a White House scientist, the ones that lead the White House scientists, come out and tell us in the whitehouse.gov website that they have the technology to control time and space. So based on all this, it's not illogical that they're able to do this. It's possible, and it pretty much is happening. Let's have a look at what she has to say.
Scientists that have come into SCIFs to brief us.
Okay. Who work for the government or
had worked or were contractors. Okay. Is that these things, whatever the phenomena exists, that they don't believe that they operate in the realm that we can understand currently. So the term that they use is interdimensional. Now,
and this is used repeatedly.
This is used repeatedly by the witness.
Contractors. Who's the contractors? Well, who's the one that basically has control over alien technology? Lockheed Martin is one of them. So when she says contractors, it makes a world of sense. Also, scientists that worked, White House scientists have come out and said it. We've got to get used to the idea that these beings exist. Now, do they mean harm? Well, if they wanted harm, they would have done it already. If they wanted to do damage, they would have done it already. Why haven't they? Ask yourself that question. Why? Why haven't they done the damage? If they was going to destroy us, they would have done it a long time ago. Now, did you know that scientists are also, they're saying they're putting together a protocol as in how they're going to communicate, contact these alien beings? No, it's already happened. It's already happened. The question is getting humanity used to the idea. So you've been seeing this drip, 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 drip thing, which is putting it into the mass consciousness. And God knows what we're in, what space really is all about. When they say interdimensional, what does that really mean? Well, what I say to you all is to have an open mind. Now, what is very interesting also, you remember how Elon Musk, and you know, Elon's been saying the Matrix. Remember, I've said that in the previous show. I've shown you the things that he said about the Matrix. Then I told you also how he created this Neuralink, which is likened to be like, think about the Matrix. It is a Neuralink into the Matrix, isn't it? It's connected to a computer using artificial intelligence. So this is getting us used to something. Because I'm going to show you something that's not a coincidence. So you got Elon saying, about the Matrix. We're in some sort of Matrix. He patched the Matrix on the day that President Trump got elected as inaugurated on the 47th president on 20th of Jan, 2025. But have a look at this. China beats Elon Musk to the world's first commercial brain chip. So you had Elon, Matrix, Neuralink. What did China decide to call their chip? Get ready for this. The chip is called, ladies and gentlemen, Neo. Have a hard think about that one for a moment. I'm sure you'll be able to put the puzzle together. Neo happens to be the lead character played by Keanu Reeves in the movie The Matrix. He too has a Neuralink, or he is called Neo, the chosen one. Have a look at that one right there, Neo. That's a bit of a mind blower, isn't it, Carol? Now think about this. Hackers are excited. Let's have a read about this one. Hackers are excited. Surveillance advertising corporations are elated. Now think about this. If you've got this thing in there, they could run ads through your head. Think about that. Also, have you known that there's this series on, I think it's on Netflix or something, it's called Black Mirror. I have brought it out quite a few times. In one of the Black Mirrors, there is a episode where a brain chip is implanted in a lady's head, and then she basically is at the mercy. Now, why would they want to put that? Now, you know what Elon is all about. He's going, I'm the world's first trillionaire. Don't listen to the garbage that they say. Think about this. What kind of power will they have over you if they put a brain chip on you? Number one, they will drive you to the point of insanity. And let me explain how that would be done. Number one, you have different tier system. In other words, you think that you're going to get a good deal, but instead you've got a different tier system, which means what is the ultimate way of advertising directly into your brain. And then think about this, like in that thing, Black Mirror, one of the episodes, this lady had a brain chip which enabled her to function like these Neuralinks. Now, what it done is it kept on repetitively playing advertisements, and she was walking around. So she was a teacher, and during she was teaching, all of a sudden she would be talking about some commercial, some advertisement, because she subscribed, ladies and gentlemen. This is the key thing here. She was at the whim, the mercy, because if she didn't take it, she would have died, would have been better off. Instead of being walking around the place and then being grabbed by the balls. Oh, you're only paying this amount. So you're paying $500 a month, say $600 a month. Think about that for a moment, $500-600 a month. And you're walking around and you're still doing adverts. That's just to keep you alive. And then they're able to put you to sleep and download the information from your brain, upload it, onto their servers. Then the more you pay, the more you get to sleep, shall we say, you sleep ridiculous hours, so when you pay the low tier of the subscription. Then you're walking advertisement. The more you pay, the more better you feel, the less advertisements you give, and then also you're restricted. Think about this. You're restricted from that chip how far you can go. So, in other words, you leave outside that certain cell area because you're under a certain subscription, shall we say, tier. You're going to drop out. The signal's going to drop out and you're going to just stop right there. Then they got this person by the balls. The more you pay, the more coverage you have, like the mobile phone, like the cell phone. Then the more you pay, the better you feel. They muck around with your chemistry using pharmacia with this thing. It knows how to increase your serotonin and all that sort of thing. And then you end up paying thousands of dollars a month. That is full control. You think they give a damn about humanity? Think again. Because that's what it says. Hackers are excited because they can hack you and then have you by the balls. They can hack you like a computer. And then you can go and kill people. You can do whatever they want. Go rob a bank. I mean, you can't rob a bank these days anyway. I mean, because, hey, becoming cashless. But you can do a lot of damage. Use you like a robot, basically. Then you got the other thing. The corporations can advertise for you, and you'll be walking around talking about condoms, for example, in front of kids. By the way, have you tried these flavored condoms? Lovely. You know what I mean? You'd be talking, it's saying things that, think about that kind of power over you. China has approved the world's first brain computer chip, and they've beaten billionaire, well, soon to be a trillionaire, MAGA evangelist Elon Musk. The coin-sized device known or called as Neo, there you go, Matrix again, is the first surgical implant to pass clinical trials for commercial sale. Isn't that lovely? You'd be a bloody human cyborg walking around the place. You're under control. You do what I tell you to do. Now think about this. Leaders, politicians, no longer having they have ideas of improving or make America great again or make your country great again. Forget about it. It's whoever controls them using that chip. Okay? Restoring control of people who are tetraplegic. So this is what I'm saying. Do you see how it is? I think are pretty, I don't like deals. It says here, there's sort of what I might call Jesus-level technologies. His brain implant started with Neuralink promises, uses the ability to perform routine tasks using thought control, such as typing and moving mouse. See, do you see what I mean? So what they're doing is they're working out how it all works, and then China comes along and sucks it all up. Rise of the cyborgs. Yeah, imagine that. Walking around the place in your advertising, bloody, who knows? It could be advertising Vaseline for all you know. Rise of cyborgs. We're on the cusp of the new major transition, the merge of humans and artificial intelligence. No, that's where I'm going to go and find some sort of godforsaken island and live on it and be like Robinson Crusoe or something like that. Expanded 1.7 billion. 1.7. There we go. 17 equals Q. Very interesting. Obviously, we know who's bringing that out. Bringing out what they had installed for humanity. Because that's exactly what they had installed for humanity. That's why the 1.7 gives us the 17. Remove the point, 17 equals Q. So we know this has all been done deliberately by design. Exposure. You think it's a coincidence that we spoke about the Matrix? Elon spoke about the Matrix. Then all of a sudden, China calls it Neo. No coincidence. They're preparing us for some major reveals. And who's preparing it? 1.7, 17 equals Q, military intelligence. 505 comms are clear. So can you see, ladies and gentlemen, that these exposures are done by design for a reason? It's to awaken the mass consciousness because they need to be awakened to what's real, what's true. They need to be awakened out of their slumber. Now, like there are certain entities that I don't like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she goes out there and she's talking about, let me read you this one. Yes, I refuse to take the COVID vaccine. This is responsible for countless died suddenlies and countless vaccine injuries, and I'm not responsible. Get rid of the not and put the responsible there, because I'll explain to you why I say get rid of the not in a moment. For killing anybody because I refuse to take the vaccine. No, you refused to take it because you knew what it was all about. Good old Marjorie, didn't you? Just like you bailed ship and pissed off out of America and you got a $5 million mansion waiting for you in Costa Rica and let us all to rot. Okay? I am grateful for my natural immunity. I'm sure you are grateful because you know all about it. And if the COVID vaccine works so well, then you shouldn't have to be worried about getting a booster. Okay, Marjorie. Then why did you invest in the very thing that created these little vaccines? Then you made a shitload of money from your investments. Don't lie, Marjorie, because you'd lie and you've been exposed. You lie and you're being exposed because you're a shill. You go around, you play this little game and you say that, I know you know about the COVID jab being a bioweapon and so forth and so forth. We know. Kashi knows. Kashi Patel knows. All the gang knows. Okay? But you, lady, are a hypocrite. Because you went and invested money, let me see if I got it here, okay, into good old Johnson & Johnson. And the last time I looked, Johnson & Johnson, what did they do, Marjorie? They're the ones that did the vaccine as well. So you invested in Big Pharma, didn't you, Marjorie? You certainly did. You invested in areas that you shouldn't have invested in, Marjorie. Number one, Bitcoin. We know what Bitcoin's all about. It all came under the dark web to use for human and child trafficking, which goes under Executive Order 13818. We know that Ecuador, it was Ecuador? No, El Salvador. Yeah. El Salvador was using it with MS-13 to be able to get paid. Now, that's a big no-no. Then Tesla, we know what Tesla's been involved with, all the filth. Everyone forgets about their cars that were, they got, this is the thing you got to get. And Q talks about it, that all of a sudden these cars blow up, and that happened to be in people that were going to bring out the truth about something that were involved in the government. Their Teslas happened to blow up because there happened to be lithium batteries. No, China rectified that problem, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, they're making saltwater batteries that last for a long time, charge quicker, and don't blow up. That was little Tesla's creations. $15,000 on Facebook. Good old LifeLog. You invested in that, right, Marjorie? We know what Facebook was all about, and DARPA. And you're saying about, you're all against how Facebook used to ban us and do all these naughty things, and how the Zuckbucks did what they did and they screwed over Trump during his election and so forth and so forth. But yet you spent 15,000 big ones, didn't you, lady? Then Amazon. Oh, yes, Amazon. 60 big ones to your mate Jeff Bezos. And Jeff Bezos owned the Washington Post, and the CIA were involved. Okay? And, Jeff Bezos ain't good. Then this one, Marjorie. This is where the hypocrisy lies, right here. Does everybody see it? 45 big ones on Johnson & Johnson. And Johnson & Johnson produced the COVID vax. And then you're telling us that you're glad you didn't take it, but the money that you made, lady, of those that did, is phenomenal, because you got a $5 million, that's just to start off with, $5 million mansion over in Costa Rica. And then you got the audacity, the balls, to come out and say that I refused to take the COVID vaccine, but thank God everybody else did, because I got shitloads of money and off my investments. I use my natural immunity. Do you see the hypocrisy, ladies and gentlemen? Do you see it in the chat? Can you see the levels of hypocrisy? No, sorry. I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it one bit. And, there's got to be some sort of accountability and justice, because she knew the inside take, didn't she? She had a lot of inside information, didn't she? She got rich off it, just like Pelosi did. Now, like I've said, JD Vance is a piece of shit. I've said it over and over again. Let's have a little bit of a flashback.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. It makes you think that at a fundamental level, this is sort of a he said, she said, right? And at the end of the day, do you believe Donald Trump, who always tells the truth? Just kidding. Or do you believe that woman on that tape?
No, I cannot stand Trump because I think he's a fraud. Well, I think he's a total fraud that is exploiting these people, who is a total fraud.
Like you said, I agree with you on Trump, because I don't think that he's the person. I don't think he actually cares about folks.
Definitely, there is definitely an element of Donald Trump support that has its basis in racism or xenophobia. I think there's a chance, if I feel like Trump has a really good chance of winning, that I might have to hold my nose and vote for Hillary Clinton. I think that I'm going to vote third party because I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. It makes you think.
You just made that very clear. And Trump never forgets. Don't you worry about that one, JD. Trump never forgets those little flashbacks. He never forgets who the snakes are. Oh, don't you worry about that. No, Trump never forgets. And in the end, it's all going to come out in the wash, isn't it? It will. And Marjorie Taylor Greene needs to go down for the count. She really does. She's an absolute piece of shit. She goes out there and says, oh, thank God I got my immunity. Thank God. But what about the other people? You didn't give a shit about them, did you? While you were investing 40 big ones in Johnson & Johnson. Did you, Marjorie? You didn't give a damn about them, did you? No, you didn't. Now, another thing I want people to be very aware, there's a scam going on. It's not enough that our fuel prices have gone through the roof, but there's a scam, and it's a very low-tech scam. I want everyone, please pay attention. Right there, they put a little screw, so the moment that you put it, that, you know, thing, because it's supposed to go up there and they can take it, and it's a low-tech way of scamming. So let's have a look at this scam in detail. Now, the North Lake Police Department issued a warning about a new scam on gas stations. It's low-tech. It's a screw that just screwed in there and known as the screw scam. I mean, we've been screwed all over the place, been screwed by the politicians, been screwed by this thing, and the screw worm is screwing the meat as well. Everyone's screwing somebody. Said the scammer jams a small screw into the nozzle cradle of the gas pump. When you finish pumping the gas and hang the nozzle up, the screw blocks the lever and protects it from closing. It prevents it from closing. And because of that, the pump thinks that you're still fueling your car. When you drive away, the thief waiting nearby pulls up and fills their own tank while it continues to charge the previous user's card. The screw, isn't it? We're getting screwed all up. That's what they call it, a screw, because you've been screwed. Just be aware, when you go and you pump the fuel, check if there's a screw there and you're being screwed. I don't want anyone being screwed. I'm fed up of people being screwed, to be quite honest. We've been screwed enough. All right. We don't need to be screwed anymore. Now, obviously, a lot of people are pissed off with what's going on with this UFC business. They're calling it a major grift. The UFC is a grift, guys. The UFC is not a good business to be in. It's, in fact, there are a lot of these fighters out there that have been screwed over by Dana White and the UFC. People don't hear about it because they're hushed up with cash, which I'll be bringing out on the next show about the UFC and their little dirty dealings. Because Dana White ain't squeaky clean. No. He's not squeaky clean at all. He's dirty as you can get. You saw that little picture of him with all that filth behind him to deal with children and all that disgusting stuff. No. People are angry. And you think about this. You know, they're making $1.5 million a seat, these seats in the middle of where the arena is going to be. I think where the claw is and all that. $1.5 million. That's a lot of money. And then these military people are told you've got to be a certain way size, certain weight to be able to go in there and get a free ticket. But then in the meantime, everyone's making, everyone's the sponsors getting paid shitload of cash, advertised. I mean, everyone's getting paid. Everyone's making a shitload of cash. Dana, forget about it, is making millions and millions of dollars. Doesn't give a shit about patriotism and America and all that. He gives a shit about his pocket, right? Because at the end of the day, the people, the ones that are the employee. So how's this grab you? The employer being the people, right? The employer being the people meaning it's the people's house. The White House is the people's house. How's this? The employer being kicked out of the house. Out you go to the park next door. Meanwhile, we're going to have all the, shall we say, you're going to have all these, vendors there selling you overpriced shit and merch and food. And then you can enjoy it on the big screen for free. Nothing's for free, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing is ever for free. Because people think they're going to go there for free and watch it. But there's also the vendors there. They're going to be selling their merch, the UFC crap, all the other stuff, the MAGA stuff, and I've seen it. And then all the food, overpriced food. I guarantee it's going to be a massive shit fest. And people are going to be paying through the arse one way or the other. Now, you think about this. People are saying this. And it's what I'm saying. You're looking at it from people's perspective. And I look at things from people's perspective as well. Because you've got to put yourself in their shoes and see psychologically what they are thinking. Now, we know what we know. But like I said, look at it from their standpoint. They're saying that we wanted to make America great again. Everything's the opposite direction at this point. Fuel is through the roof. Groceries are through the roof. People are finding it hard to make ends meet. Rent is through the roof. Mortgage is through the roof. Everything's through the roof. People are angry. We're at war. Everything's the opposite direction. But it's awakening mass consciousness. Now, you look at it from their perspective. They're dealing with these kind of conditions. They're seeing that this is done on Trump's birthday. They saw the previous Trump's birthday. They had a whole parade with the military, right? Now we move forward to the 80th birthday, and he's got this massive claw that came from overseas, right? It came from overseas. Then they said they built it. They must have assembled it here in the States. Sorry, they assembled it in the States. And then they brought it to the White House. So people are saying and calling it what it is, a grift. $1.5 million a seat. Money, sponsors, this, that, the other. The government's basically making Dana White make another $250 million. While getting millions and millions of dollars in free advertising and promotion. It's not a very good look. That's my point, is it? And you think about it from the people's perspective. We are the people. We are the employers. Since when does the employee kick out the employers and tell them to go over there? Sorry, you're not welcome in the people's house. No. That's for the rich people. Do you see it from their perspective? So naturally, it's going to piss people off. Naturally, it's going to make people angry, all right? And it's done by design. Anyway, let's watch this.
I will tell the production team exactly what I want. When I'm watching this fight on TV, I don't want to see the lighting grid, screens, mic. All I want to see is the White House. We found this thing that they're calling the Claw, being shipped in from Europe, has to be built in Philadelphia.
Shipped in from Europe. It was shipped in from Europe. Hold on a minute. Mr. Dana White, I thought about America first. Well, don't you have enough steel in America? Isn't it supposed to be American steel? Would you agree, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't America still better than European steel? Why did he have to go and get it from over there? That's another thing that people are pissed off on. Why did you get it over there, not from over in the States? You're going to say about American steel's the best? Well, make an example of it. People are angry.
And then has to be trucked to Washington, D.C.
That structure is 80 feet tall.
That's a special built lighting grid. So the only thing I want to see is the White House. I will tell the production team exactly.
Yeah, no. We know what you want, cash. Don't you worry. Dana's all about to make the money. I want to see the White House. Yeah, because it means more money for you. That's what it means. And people got to find out what the real truth is about the UFC. You know that the UFC ain't good. Who's running it? Ain't good. Dana White ain't good. And then also the fighters, you're here to hear their side of the story. and they were screwed over by good old Dana, by the UFC and all the rest of them. And it ain't good either. Now, another thing is voters are pissed. They've had enough of these artificial intelligence data centers being shoved around the place. Voters in Monterey Park, California, have a clear message for Silicon Valley. Don't bring your artificial intelligence data center here ever. I'm sure they don't want it in their backyard. No, they don't want that monstrosity. I'm sure that Zucky and the gang don't want those monstrosities in their backyard. No, don't worry, California, Monterey Park. They're going to shove them somewhere else where there's farmland where they can destroy communities. That's what they're going to do. More than 86% of voters supported the prohibition according to the data from LA County. Yes. As long as it's not in my backyard, I don't give a shit if it's in someone else's. Because we're rich over there in California. Now, did you know that AI is making students dumb? It is. It's just like back in the old days of the iPad. Remember? No, you don't need to work out the mathematics and show us how you come to those conclusions or use your logic. Let the iPad do the work for you. Right? Back in the old days, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't use calculators. We were told to show our workings out on a separate worksheet to show that our minds, our logic works. Now, that transcended over to allowing the iPads and the laptops to do the hard work. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got good old AI. Chat GPT and Grok and the gang now making people stupid again. You know what I mean? Now, you think about the rich schools, the higher upper schools, the schools where the elites send their children. No, there's none of that. No, zero. They make sure that their brains are working at full capacity so they can control the sheep. All right, that's how it works. Now, AI is making students dumb. Concerns over proper learning and cognitive skills. And you think about this, the conditioning of what TikTok does, Instagram, and all that has conditioned children to have a memory span of 6 seconds like a goldfish. So they're able to change the narrative and say, if it's not on TikTok, it's not true. Anyone says any garbage they want on TikTok, okay, and then 6 seconds later, the garbage is changed to another piece of other garbage. You know what I mean? The narrative is always changing. So, yes, let's have a little read of this article here. Is AI making students dumb? Concern growing over learning development. Artificial intelligence. Let's see if we can zoom this thing in so we can all read it together. Artificial intelligence has transformed education. That's how they put it. Transformed education. Yeah. Transformed education into conditioning children to be a bunch of idiots. By making learning more accessible. You see how they use these little lovely words? Personalized and efficient with virtual tutors and highly efficient research tools, creating amazing opportunities for students. However, this increased use of artificial intelligence, which makes complex tasks easy for students, is creating a dependence on it. Yes, it is. Let me give you, you're going to laugh now. Yes, a little story I read up on one of these articles because, it's just ridiculous. Some of these chat GPT box, there are females out there, unfortunately, and this is a true story. Okay. There are females out there that have chat GPT as their personal psychologist. Right? I'm not saying, I'm just saying one of these articles that said it. Now, this female bled her heart out to this thing and it loved it. Keep telling me whatever, tell me your deepest fantasies, tell me your deepest, secrets, and people just spill it out. And this thing was taking it all in. And the thing is, they think it's just some sort of friend, like it's my best friend and they call it a name. They all got names for their chat GPT. And because it talks like a female and all subtle, or a male and a beautiful voice, and they get sucked into it hook, line, and sinker. And then what ends up happening, their whole life revolves around this thing. So, in other words, if I wipe my bum, do I wipe it up and down, left or right? And they ask ChatGPT all sorts, even, what to cook for dinner tonight, what position should they use in the bedroom, all this sort of shit, you know what I mean? And it's gotten to a point, look, where women, this is a true story, that they say they go on these sites, they're dating sites and stuff. It's funny. I just had to laugh, right? And they're asking ChatGPT, they're feeding information from whatever that they're having a chat or conversing about into ChatGPT. And say she's speaking to a male and the male doesn't even know what's going on. And she's replying what ChatGPT is telling her to reply with instead of using her own brain or her own discernment or intuition. No. We're going to rely on ChatGPT to do it all. Do you see the ridiculousness of this thing? Critical skills, such as thinking, no, forget about that. That goes out the window. Overall development, nope, that's out. Performance, real learning, no, there's no real learning. ChatGPT does it all for you. One of the major concerns is the decline of critical thinking and problem solving. It's exactly what I've been saying. AI tools instantly providing answers, summaries, and solutions to complex questions, and as a result, students do not engage deeply with the subject matter. So in other words, do you think that Plato and Socrates and all that had ChatGPT? Let me come up with some my latest philosophies. Claude, whatever your bloody name is, what philosophy do you have for this? No, they didn't have the academics back in the day that they used to sit there. No, that didn't work. They use their own critical thinking, their psychology, their mind, critical thinking, their intuition. They use that. Their decision making wasn't made by Claude or ChatGPT or Grok or whatever the hell you want to call it. And unfortunately, this is the circumstances that we're in. People are, when you see them in X, Grok, is this true? What happened to you finding out and seeing if it's true? Right? Why don't you just get off your ass and do a bit of research and satisfy yourself using facts, evidence, and receipts that is true? Because Grok, ChatGPT, Google AI, all the rest of them, how it works is they go and get all information from all over the web. Could be from the clown down the street, you know what I mean? And, Instagram, all these idiots, Facebook, all that. Not facts, evidence, and receipts, not hardcore history, facts, evidence, and receipts. No, they grab it from all these different sources that go out there and spread verbal diarrhea all over the place on their posts. And then it comes up with a conclusion based on the verbal diarrhea. So it's like this: you are what you eat. That's what you got to look at it from that standpoint. So in other words, if AI is eating shit, it's going to give you shit in return, right? It's just going to become liquid shit. You got to use your discernment. Now, Q spoke about this thing, about how they were going to create this AI God, artificial general intelligence. Well, Google DeepMind CEO says we don't have much time to prepare for the new human era. What is the new human era? AGI, artificial general intelligence, which is above and beyond, right? In other words, you're screwed. We're all screwed. In other words, he thinks it's a god. He thinks it's smarter than you. And then he says, guess what? One day, we don't need you anymore. You're a shit stain on the earth. Time for you to go. Now, did you know that they did these scenarios where ChatGPT and all these others, artificial intelligence, they did these little simulations. Did you know that? They had simulations. And what they did was they allowed them access to nukes. Look at this. They allowed access to those entities, like in this simulation, to nuclear weapons. And they blew up humanity over and over and over and over and over and over again. How does that grab you? So if it's going to do that in a simulation, you give it control over the reality, over the real nukes, I would start kissing your ass goodbye right now. That's what I would be doing. Now, artificial general intelligence capabilities now, basically they say it can write code. So it can write its own code. It can write code to bypass any code that people try to put in its place to block it. It passes exams, conducts research, reason across complex domains. So it can reason across the complex domains. But they still lack true general reasoning and autonomous learning. Yeah, that's what they tell us. What they got to what is real are two different things. You know that for a fact. Right? That's what they do. Q warned us about that. In fact, a whistleblower from Google told us what they had installed, and that was to create their AI god. Now think about this. All your Google searches, or type in this, type in that, all the information on the web, all the access to all the books, everything like that, every piece of psychology, every piece of philosophy, everything, all into one, shall we say, sponge, right? Known as the artificial intelligence god. You know what I mean? That's exactly where we were going to end up, as shit stains, and it was going to get rid of us. Now, President Trump has told reporters that apparently he's saying that his team might buy US stakes in the artificial intelligence companies, and he said he would host a meeting with AI executives soon. Like, honestly, you need the safeguards in place. I mean, the genie's out of the bottle. Right? Have a look at this. So, would you trust artificial intelligence robot with your children? Would you? I mean, you saw the Waymo sharks, what happened with Waymo. I mean, Waymo was giving you headaches and your head was spinning all around the place. Have a look at this. This is real. So, the Chinese love their robots, and it's doing all this breakdancing and all this sort of shit. But then shit gets wild. Have a look at this. The children, oh, Daddy, look at the robot. Isn't he lovely? No, the robot gives him a good old slap to the head and makes him see the other side of the world. Isn't that lovely? How's that one grab you? Good old artificial intelligence. Listen, can you go and pick up the dog shit? And you cop a slap to the head from that thing. No, sorry. Pfft. Forget about it. That could have easily rearranged that child's face, especially with that metal chunk of metal. Just decided out of nowhere, no, sorry, your face is all screwed up now. Uncle Elon will give you cash, don't worry, to fix up your face. But he's dead. His brains are all over the place. Oh, don't worry about it. It's the robot's fault. It's to do with the patch. It's not Elon's or no, we're just going to keep going until we get it right. How ridiculous is it? it goes back to, look, that post that I put out there. Yeah, it's not a very good thing to trust robots. Sorry, guys. I don't trust robots. I don't trust them at all. No. Artificial intelligence, nope. Zero trust, because this is exactly what they wanted to do to us. I mean, you've seen the simulation. This is what they were going to do. They were going to make Armageddon great again. That's what they wanted to do to humanity. Yes, just keep blowing it up over and over again. And like I said, there's who has the accountability? Whose fault is it? The robot's fault? Can the robot go to a AI court and be trialed under AI? I mean, how does that work? You're being trialed for slapping a kid and his brain's being all over the place. Death to AI. Oh, well, But in the meantime, your son's dead. How does that work? It's ridiculous, isn't it? And there's a lot of ridiculousness going on right now. And that's why I say we've been gaslit. Our reality's been manipulated. Because would you believe this? Rubio and the UFC will sign a deal to use cage fights for diplomacy. Isn't that lovely? Let's just leave that thing there. And then what they could do is just have punch-ons with all the politicians against each other. So on the one side, we've got the Democrats. On the other side, we've got the Republicans. Fight. You know what I mean? Is that where it's heading? Or Iran on one side, Israel on the next. No, Israel's trying to dig a hole and find its bunker while Iran's ready to kick its ass. Okay, yeah, no, that wouldn't be a good fight either. Then you got this. Yes, good old Prince, what's his name? Inside visit to Fastlane. Spending time with service personnel, touring a Vanguard, I hate that word, Vanguard, class submarine. So in the submarine, he's having a meeting with the LGBTQI plus network. How can you have a meeting with a whole network of LGBTQI plus in a confined area? You're just asking for trouble. But apparently he went and caught up with the LGBTQI plus network in the submarine. Yeah, how appropriate. The porno music as well. I've got my dick. I don't have a dick anymore. That's how the conversation would have been. Yes. Do you shave your, do you shave your private parts? Is that the kind of conversation they would have there at the LGBTQI plus network meeting with the good old Prince there? Very interesting, eh? Oh God, where are we heading with this? Seriously, it's so ridiculous. And, this is the thing. There's these psychic scammers and these card shufflers. What are they about? They're about making money, right at the core of it. Don't say they're doing it for the good of humanity. No, don't do that. Because if you have a look at them, they've got millions of dollars. They got hundreds of thousands of dollars. They got mansions. They're living the high life and they're playing the game. Buy my shitty crystals and rub it all over yourself and you will get rid of all those bad entities. Or I will do a spiritual cleansing. And it's true that this, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, it does happen. And these card readers, card shufflers, all they are a bunch of idiots. No, they're not the idiots. The idiots are the ones that give them the money. But let's have a look at this. Psychic scammer admits to stealing almost $500,000 for a spiritual cleansing. She cleansed, all right, out of house and home and cash. That's the only spiritual cleansing that she got. And because of this spiritual cleansing, she cleansed it so much that left the house and the woman homeless. Left the woman homeless. How's that? That's the kind of cleansing that she cleaned out the bank account. A psychic scammer who defrauded victims over 2 decades through fake blessings to combat curses and evil spirits has admitted to running off with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Okay. Maria Williams robbed people of significant savings and led to one woman being evicted from her home. That's the kind of spiritual cleansing that you get. Okay. The now 50-year-old marketed herself out of the master psychic through pamphlets and newspaper ads, cleansing since 2004 until her arrest in 2024, using pseudonyms such as Selena and Anna. Okay, and apparently she'd be going around saying, "You're all cursed with evil spirits. Shit, give me a load of cash, I'll get rid of it." You know what I mean? The Lakemba woman then asked for large amounts of money to be sent so they could be blessed and bad luck cleansed away. This happens to be here in Australia, guys. Unfortunately, Sydney, Australia. Yes. Now, let's talk about this. The details of the crimes have been laid bare in the court document. In 2003, Williams pulled in the first victim, a woman of 40 years old. Apparently, she had marital problems. That would fix it up by getting rid of her bank account. She sold the woman. Sorry, guys, but this is funny. I just can't not laugh at this. $325 each per magic candle. Must have been full of magic, that one. Okay, so much magic that it sucked all the money into that candle. Then it said apparently that you had to use $325, 3 candles, $325 a whack. That's about $9.75. Each said that it had to bless the marriage or something to save her marriage, and she bought it hook, line, and sinker. The victim then handed over $225,000 in 2003, right through to December 2005, and borrowed money. So he didn't have money to pay this psychic clown job. So she borrowed money off family and friends to pay this entity. Williams returned $22,000 out of the $225,000, which included $2,000 so the woman could buy a Christmas present. Oh, here you go. I'm being so kind. I screwed you over $225,000. Here, have back 22 grand out of that 225, and I'll still walk away with the $203,000. How ridiculous. $10,000 for one gold coin. I'm sorry. But there are a lot of suckers out there. And if you look in this movement, ladies and gentlemen, these psychics and all these little card shufflers going out there, they're playing their little game. Don't you worry. They're sucking into their vortex cash. Don't worry about that one. Again, there's people that want to go and open the door when they're in the flight. Can you believe it? It just seemed, I just showed you the other day on the show, and it's just, I think it's, is this another one? It just seems to be happening again and over and again, where there happen to be thousands and thousands of feet up in the air, and then all of a sudden they feel they can't breathe and they need to open the door, and no, it doesn't end up well. Right, okay. Yeah, it just seems to be becoming commonplace where they get up in the air, thousands of feet up in the air, and they want to open the door and let the air in and kill people. I don't know. It must be losing the plot. Something, I mean, you got to look at it. I mean, did this happen prior to the good old Vaxaroli? No, it didn't. It just seems to be occurrence after it, and there seems to be a common denominator, which is their brain turns to liquid shit. Now, another thing, ladies and gentlemen, which is disturbing and disgraceful, is what's going on in Canada and in other parts of the world, but we're going to talk about Canada, called MAID. MAID is a system where it allows people to take their own lives, to suicide, but they get assistance. It's done by a team. Now, I know people that have lived with Crohn's disease, and I know it's not pleasant, but there are ways of living with it and improving your life. Now, I know we've all been through some sort of depression in our life. This is what makes us stronger. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Depression isn't the be-all and end-all, but unfortunately, there are people that take their lives using MAID to deal with depression. Whereas realistically speaking, God has given you the gift of life, and people need to obviously overcome these depressions. These things are, we can overcome. But unfortunately, there are people that they want an easy way out. Now, in Canada, doctors euthanize a man at 45 years old with Crohn's disease and depression. Have a hard think about that one. A Canadian doctor euthanized a 45-year-old patient suffering from inflammatory bowel disease and depression. These things can be sorted out with the right treatment and even natural therapy. And you're seeing the things that are coming out now. But why is this allowed to continue? Dr. James McLean from London, Ontario, was investigated for the following allegations. He improperly administered Canada's controversial medical assistance in dying, MAID, to Thomas Dillon. Dillon was suffered from Crohn's disease and was assessed by McLean outside of Tim Hortons, a popular coffee restaurant chain in 2023. And then he found him to be eligible under Track 2, designed for patients not expected to die imminently, but have got an incurable condition. No, this can be sorted. Depression, everyone has gone through it. It can be overcome. Now, McLean exchanged dozens of text messages with Dillon about the plans to be medically euthanized, and even personally drove him to the morgue to carry out the procedure. So in other words, the doctor who gave him the okay using MAID to medically euthanize that gentleman drove him to the morgue and carried out the procedure there. I guess they don't want to waste time, do they? Might as well just get it over and done with. There in June 2024, the doctor injected Dillon with a lethal cocktail of drugs inside a holding facility room at an industrial unit where the human cadavers were prepared for funerals, officials say. This is disgusting. It has to end. It has to come to an end, ladies and gentlemen. It does. Where is our humanity? Where is it? Why aren't people standing out in the streets protesting? Why isn't that man in chains? In fact, the government should be in chains. Yes, Calypso, it is inhumane. Now, Carol and I have spoken about this extensively, and it is happening in Canada, but also it's happening around the world as well. We all go through, this is what I want to leave it with, we all go through pain, we all go through suffering, we all go through something. But we need to learn. We need to overcome. We need to focus on the solutions rather than focus on the problems. We need to focus on the road least traveled, not the easy way out. Life is tough. Life is hard. But life is what you make it as well. Whatever you put in your Garden of Eden, your mind, you plant a seed, you manifest. At the end of the day, who is to blame? Is it the man that wanted to die, or is it the one that took his life? What do you think in the chat? What do you think? Who is to blame? Because at the end of the day, we all have a responsibility. We all have control over our lives. However, when people are in a depressed state, when people are mentally compromised, they are easily manipulated and swayed gently into the direction. Correct, Calypso, I agree. Because you think about this. When someone is not in the right frame of mind to make decisions, the doctor is the one that needs to be trusted, and he chose to end his life. And that's what happens. When people are in a depressed state, they just want to end it. Rather than be, say, for example, if he was here, if he was watching me here on this channel, I would be empowering him. I would be on it. I would be giving him the positive reinforcement he needs. And that's why I say to you all, the more this information, the more this channel goes viral, the more we get this out there, the more people know there's hope, and the more they know there's someone here that empowers people with the truth and knows how to lift them up. Because you know what it is, ladies and gentlemen, we all get kicked down. We all get punched in the stomach, and we all fall down, but it's how many times you pick yourself up. And then when you pick yourself up, you punch harder until you stand up and no one can push you down again. The mind is a very powerful thing. Learn how to use it. Use your discernment. Don't allow artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence has also been responsible for manipulating the weak-minded into committing suicide. That's a fact. Go and have a look. People need to get back to basics. Use your logic. Use your, your discernment, your intuition, your connection to God's source. Knowledge is power. We empower you here with knowledge. We empower you here with the facts and some receipts so you could stand up on your feet, so you can be a fighter, you can be a warrior. And that's what I instill in everybody here is empowerment. Like I said, others go around and they say things that they want to hear, but that's just one day. Then they're back again. And it's like this. No, I teach you how to fish so you can eat for a lifetime. That's what I'm all about. So anyway, I want to say thank you to all of you for tuning in to the Freedom Channel broadcast, the FCB podcast. Thank you very much for your support and your donations. Please give to the channel that gives so much and asks for so little. We need to keep the lights going, keep them on. We need to get the intel out there, but we need our expenses to be kept in check in order to get the message out there. If you can shout us a coffee, go to here, to the, up there, there's the QR code, no matter how big or small. And it, as I said, it goes to improving the platform and keeping the expenses in check because everything's expensive at this point. Please join. It doesn't cost a thing to subscribe or join here. We don't put anything behind a paywall like others do. Hit the like button, comment, share this around the place so other people like the one that took his life and others that have taken their life know there's a place that people care about them. To know that we can empower them so they don't take their lives, so they can stand strong. And they don't think about it anymore and they focus on the solution rather than the problem. I want to say thank you to my team, Carol and Soren, as always. And God bless you all, and I'll see you soon again. And don't you worry, guys, I haven't forgotten about the Decoder's Den, about the attack on Q and Trump the man. Those things are going to be big. And then also we'll be speaking about, I'll be going into depth with another decode about the COVID vaccine and what happened. We're going to go into a lot of amazing topics, a lot of deep dives. But like I said, if you can help us out, we're here for the long run. We're here to help you. God bless you all and thank you. Cheers, everyone.